The House will come to order. Prayer by the chaplain.
I know all of you are so extremely busy and working so hard and putting in so many hours. And as a Minnesotan, I first of all want to say personally thank you for the service you give to our wonderful state. And then I want to let you know we've got some good news. Help's on the way. So let's pray. Heavenly Father, I ask that you bless the members of this House of Representatives as they think together and as they work together in this chamber and in the committee meetings and in their offices, and help them to stand up under the strains and the tensions of the problems and the decisions and the meetings and the conferences and the endless demands made upon them. And just teach them how to relax and to take time to turn to you for guidance and strength. In thy name we ask it. Amen. God bless you.
The chaplain for today is the Reverend Phil Shaw, the Senate chaplain. Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. The clerk will read the journal for the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 87th session, 2012, 96th day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Thursday, March 29, 2012.
If there is no objection, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Comparison reports. There is a copy of the order of business on each member's desk. If there is no objection to motions, will prevail. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail and the substitutions will be made. Reports of standing committees and divisions. A copy of this order has been placed on each member's desk. If there is no objection to the reports, will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the reports are adopted. Second reading of House files.
Second reading, House File 1284.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2164.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2379.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2412.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2909.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 2958.
Second reading. Second reading of Senate files.
Second reading, Senate File 1524.
Second reading.
Second reading, Senate File 1621.
Second reading.
Second reading, Senate File 1754.
Second
Second
reading.
reading, Senate File 1793.
Second
reading,
reading.
Senate File 1809.
Second reading.
Second reading, Senate File 1981.
Second reading.
Second reading, Senate File 2000.
Second reading.
reading, Senate File 2181.
Second reading.
Second reading, Senate File 2271.
Second reading.
Second reading, Senate File 2316.
Second reading.
Second reading, Senate File 2354.
Second reading.
And second reading is Senate File 288.
Second reading. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The Chief Clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction and first reading of House Files 2983 through 2987.
First reading of House Files 2983 through 2987. Messages from the Senate.
Concurrent? He's there. Yep. He's coming. Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 1923, an act relating to waters. O'Driscoll moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 1923, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Mr. Speaker, I do ask that we have a conference committee appointed to do confer with the Senate on 1923. I do not accept their language.
Any discussion?
Any discussions? The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative O'Driscoll yield for a question?
The representative will yield.
Mr. Speaker, Representative O'Driscoll, on the water conservation permitting, looking at the permitting bill that was passed yesterday, there was a provision relating to the water conservation permitting. So that's on its way to the governor. I'm just a little confused or why we are going to move the other bill if we've passed that off the floor.
The representative from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, at this time of the session, things tend to move rather quickly in both lanes of traffic. We did have that in the permitting bill. You're exactly right. It passed the House and the Senate. It's on its way to the governor for signature. We asked for the conference committee before we knew that that bill was going to end up being sent to the governor, and this is just a backup in case for some reason that bill does not get signed by the governor.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 1384, an act relating to fraudulent transfers. Signed, Kellar Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate. Davids moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 1384 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
The gentleman from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I agree with the Senate amendments. This is a bill that was passed last year off the House floor. I believe it was 129-3. I'm unable to inform the body, since we can't refer to the Senate, that it passed there 63-0, so I can't bring that up. But the Senate amendments, basically, the bill is a concurrence from the Senate. The House originally allowed for only a 60-day window, whereas the Senate included a 2-year window. The 60-day window, the various bankers associations had problems with that. With the 60 days, they are not opposing this bill because it has the 2-year look back. The Senate also says that the charity should recognize as a transfer in good faith by stating that the transfer is under 15% of the debtor's gross and annual income, or the amount donated has been the standard practice of the debtor in the past. Right now, in bankruptcies, you can claw back, I believe, up to 6 years. We're looking back at 2 years, and there's protections for those that are doing the clawbacks. But this would if we don't pass this bill, it will very negatively affect Big Brothers and Sisters of the Greater Twin Cities, St. Jude's Children's Hospital. These are all groups where the trustee of the Petters bankruptcy is trying to claw back money. The problem here is that when a charity receives money, they spend it. And so if some of these clawbacks could go forward, it could very, very negatively impact the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, St. Cloud American Legion Post 76, the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation of America, and I can just go on, but I think the members have supported this in the past. As I said now, in the form it left the House, we did not have the support of the bankers. Now the bankers are not opposing it, so I think that's very important. So I will certainly accept the amendments from the Senate.
Any discussion on the motion to concur? There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to concur with the Senate amendments, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, House File 1384, as amended by the Senate.
Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Lincheski votes aye. Representative Dietrich votes aye. Representative Greiling votes nay. With 108,
107.
Representative Runbeck votes aye. With 108 votes yea and 13 votes nay, the bill passes. That's not.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted. Senate File 1689, signed Kel R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate.
Call a member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Pursuant to Rule Number 1.22, it is my intention to place House File Number 2949 on the fiscal calendar for today, Friday, March 30th, 2012. This is the Garofalo Omnibus Education Bill. There was actually a problem in the revisor system. The committee did report the bill to the floor yesterday, but it didn't show so on the computer, on the revisor system, and so we're providing for a 2-hour notice on that today.
First reading of Senate files.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1689, an act relating to Veterans Affairs. Gruenhagen moves that Senate File 1689, House File 1416, now on the calendar for the day, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison. There be no objection. No objections.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Fiscal calendar, pursuant to Rule 1.22, Holberg for the Committee on Ways and Means calls up for immediate consideration Senate File 1528. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1528 on the fiscal calendar for the day, unofficially engrossed and reprinted for the House to include committee amendments, an act relating to education.
Member from Kennebec, Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some visitors in the House today I'd like to introduce. They all live in St. Paul now, and they were very anxious to come and visit everybody today at the Capitol. My grandchildren, Georgia, she's 7. Luca is 5. Teague is 3. And Solomon is 2. My daughters, Andrea, Angela, son-in-law Nate, and my wife Barb. Thank you.
Call a member from Dakota, Representative Myhra, to present your bill.
Mr. Speaker, Senate File 1528 fosters digital learning. The bill defines digital learning, blended learning, and online learning. It dealt with issues brought out by the Legislative Auditor's report. And I worked with the Department of Education. It adds a graduation requirement, at least one course credit that includes digital learning. It does not add a course. It just requires that a course already be taken have a digital learning component. Its effective date is for students graduating in 2017. It will help our students prepare for college and career. I want to thank Education Finance Chair Pat Garofalo and Education Reform Chair Sandra Erickson for patiently listening to this bill twice. I also want to thank Representative Biskins and Education Finance Minority Leader Representative Greiling, Education Reform Minority Leader Representative Mariani, and Representative Pulowski for their advice, suggested language, and support by signing on as co-author. Members, I would appreciate your green vote and will stand for questions.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1528.
Discussion of the bill. The member from Hennepin, Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering if the author would yield to a question. I don't serve on the Education Committee.
She will yield, Representative Loeffler.
My question is, to what degree were you able to research the ability of kids throughout the state of Minnesota to access technology? There's a huge digital divide throughout our state. Rural areas have difficulty getting even internet access at all. In my area, people just can't afford to have technology. Our schools, one of my elementary schools got a corporation to donate 20 iPads that are available in the library, but you can't take them out. And I met the son of one of our colleagues here who happened to come to one of our tax committee hearings, and his son, every single kid in their school has an iPad that's provided by the school. We have such disparities in the access to technology. The library that in my area used to only have 8 computers. It now has 32. It used to have to wait 2.5 hours for a half hour on internet time. I'm glad to say most of the time you don't have to wait more than an hour now on a school night. But I just don't know that we're ready technology-wise for this, and I wish you could address for those of us who aren't on education how you think this is going to work for kids who don't have computers at home, who don't have easy access to do, the kind of connectivity that's required by an online course.
Member from Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, that is an excellent question, and that came up a number of times as the bill went through Education Reform and Education Finance twice. There was concern by the rural communities about access, and what we decided to do is to look at what is out there, and in research discovered that Minnesota was awarded $238 million from the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act for 2009 and 2010 for broadband capacity. There are also other technology that is available. In talking to an individual representing the rural communities and their school districts, what we decided to do is, rather than require another report that would be given to the Department of Education, because a technology plan is already required for schools, that what we would do is we would extend the effective date out 1 year. That 1 year would allow schools to assess their technology, assess their broadband capacity, and if there were any issues, get back to the Department of Education and to the legislature.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Loeffler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the fact that you're letting the schools assess their technology. My question was more to the community's access to technology, to do homework, to do assignments that are outside of the normal class day, because most of our school buildings, unfortunately, are locked up tight once the school buses run off. And so I just don't think that we're at the point yet where the community has access to the technology to make online learning work as effectively everywhere. I think we're a little premature on this. I know in the urban area that's a huge challenge because our families just can't afford it, and nor can our schools. And so the limited amount of technology that's available has to be shared with a large number of people. And so I support the goal long term. I just don't think we're ready. Thank you.
The member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It may surprise some in the urban core, but out in outstate Minnesota, and I know this as a public school educator for 26 years now and having traveled the state, they're not hitching up teams of horses to wagons to get around, and they're not using abacuses in school, and if they are, it's only because they want to, not because they have to. The misnomer that we don't have the education in outstate Minnesota is to imply that outstate Minnesota is some backwards hick area, and that's just simply not true. We have the technology, and the children in outstate Minnesota, as well as in the urban core and the suburbs, are going to schools, they're going to colleges and universities, and they're applying for jobs where that is expected, that they have the knowledge and information to use technology. We should expect our schools to use technology. We do expect our schools to use technology, and our schools do have technology. And, to leave an impression on the House floor that our schools can't meet this very, very broad requirement of digital learning is an impression that I think is erroneous and one we shouldn't fall back on. This is a good bill. Having worked with Senator Steve Kelly on bringing online learning into the state of Minnesota, having worked with independent Governor Jesse Ventura and his Department of Education in bringing this language into the state of Minnesota. We heard these arguments before back in 2003 that we really should be very, very careful about moving this way because we're just not ready. Folks, we are ready. We are willing, we are able within the classroom to bring these opportunities to our students, to our children, to prepare them for, believe it or not, the 21st century, which we're a decade and 2 years into already. We can do this. This isn't big and scary. It's a good bill. I hope everyone can support it.
Member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Biskins. Representative Myhra, first, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to ask if Representative Myhra would yield to a question.
She will yield, Representative Morrow.
Thank you. But first, Representative Myhra, I have a comment to Representative Biskins. Representative Biskins, Representative Gruenhagen, Representative Coonan, Representative Szymanski, and I could all tell you that in our area, we've got counties that are trying to bring broadband to farms, fiber to the farm, fiber to the home. Because in our area, at least, we still have folks who are on dial-up out on farms. Representative Myhra, I'm not arguing against this part of the proposal. I'm just echoing what Representative Loeffler is saying. And members as a whole, there is a bill that's been introduced, Representative Gruenhagen, Representative Szymanski, Representative Coonan, that's trying to stop our project to bring fiber to the farm and fiber to the home. So we have to watch out for that, because if that bill is successful, then Representative Myhra's project is jeopardized. But that's not my question, Representative Myhra. That's my comment. My question is to Section 2 of your bill at lines 2.14 to 2.19. And Representative Myhra, here's my question. My other job is professor at Gustavus Adolphus College. I talk regularly with the Department of Education. What I'd like to know is, where are the colleges and universities when it comes to Section 2 of your bill? Are they fine with it? What input was there? I'm not on any committee that heard this bill. I just want to be assured that MACD or other organizations have signed off on Section 2 as being a workable provision.
Member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, that's a very good question. And the Board of Teaching, everybody was actually speaking in favor of it. When it went through Education Finance, the last concern was about the broadband capacity. And one of the things about this is the requirement is digital learning, which is a new definition in this bill. It's a very broad definition. It isn't online learning, which is a subset of digital learning. Digital learning is sorry.
One minute, please, Representative Myhra. Members, if you could please take your conversations to the alcove, or better yet, the retiring room, so Representative Morrow can hear Representative Myhra's answer. Representative Myhra, you still have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker. Representative, digital learning is learning facilitated by technology that offers students an element of control over the time, place, path, or pace of their learning. It is a very, very broad definition. It would not require a student to do it at home. It's something that they could do in school. And the definition of blended learning, which is a form of digital learning, is learning that occurs when a student learns part-time in a supervised physical setting and part-time through digital delivery of instruction, or a student learns in a supervised physical setting where technology is used as a primary method to deliver instruction. Online is another subset, and that is a form of digital learning delivered by an approved online learning provider. And as far as the Board of Teaching and other organizations, they all spoke in favor of the provisions in this bill. Thank you.
Member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Myhra, I'm sorry, I'm focused on 2.14 to 2.19. I'm not focused on what's happening at the K-12 schools. I'm focused on what's happening at the colleges and universities and the teacher preparation programs. It's not about the different types of online blended digital. What I'm asking is, did the Minnesota Association of Colleges of Teacher Education or individual colleges and universities come forward and say, this is workable, we can get this into our curriculum? Because, Representative Myhra, one concern I'm hearing from my students at Gustavus is it's already taking a long time to get a teaching degree. I'm not arguing whether that's good or bad, they're just saying it's taking 4.5 years, not 4 years, for example. So what I'm asking is not about the K-12, it's about the colleges and universities or MACD. I want to know, have they signed off? Do they think this provision 2.14 to 2.19 is workable? If Representative Myhra would yield, Mr.
She
Speaker.
will yield. The member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, yes, there was testimony in favor of this provision. Thank you.
Member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Myhra yield?
She will yield. Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Myhra, I'm really not trying to be difficult. I just want to hear that the colleges and I understand there was testimony. Could you just tell me who testified from colleges and universities in favor of Section 2?
The member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, the Board of Teaching spoke in favor of it, and also there was another organization that, and I'm sorry, I can't remember which one it was, but they also spoke in favor of preparing teachers. I'm sorry? MACT? Okay, MACT spoke in favor of it as well. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Myhra yield?
She will yield. Representative Winkler.
Representative Myhra, I just want to make sure that there's nothing in this bill that is requiring a student to take an online course in order to graduate, or will ever in the future under the language of your bill.
Member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, that is correct. There's nothing in there. It is digital learning, which is very, very broad. Thank you.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, I think the concerns about this bill related to online learning are legitimate. I just don't think the bill goes that far. Representative Biskins, you might be interested to know that the Department of Education actually has done a survey, and about half the schools in the state don't have access to broadband. So if we were creating a mandate for online learning, that would be extremely difficult. The definition of digital learning, however, is so broad that as far as I can tell, it could include a book, since a book is a form of technology, and it offers the student a element of control over time, place, and manner, and so forth. So I think the bill doesn't go very far. It might be a small step in the right direction, but until we actually get to the point where schools have access to the Internet and to broadband, we're not going to be able to move much farther forward. So I'd encourage you, Representative Biskins, to sign on to a bill that I have that actually creates a statewide grant program using bonding dollars to build out broadband networks for schools. I think that actually would get us much further along than just a mandate that's this soft.
Member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I consider myself to be fairly totally rural. And after having visited my schools, I was very impressed with one of my rural schools that had more technology than my larger schools do. Now, I have to tell you, when I'm door knocking, my cell phone doesn't even always work there. I have to find places for it to work. These students used blended learning very well in this district, and it isn't the only one. And the teachers tell me that assignments that are put on their laptops or iPads or whatever the teacher loads, children take home, and they know when they did their assignment because they see it. And quite often they said they were shocked to see the assignment come in at 10 o'clock at night. And we're talking grade school through high school. But like Representative Biskins said, rural areas do have ways to do that. They don't necessarily do broadband at home, but the teachers are able to use technology to send reinforcing lessons in that realm so that students are seeing and using technology. Yes, we need to encourage our broadband, but we are working hard and fast at it.
Sorry, Representative Keel. 1 minute, please. Members. If you could please take your conversations to the alcove or, better yet, the retiring room so that the members can be heard on the House floor. Representative Keel, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I really want to thank Representative Myhra for working hard on this bill, and I think it's where our school districts need to go. Our teachers are asking for it. They can do so much more for our students and enhance their education. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Murphy M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Myhra, will you yield for 2 questions?
She will yield. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Myhra, I'm confused about how does the child have to pay a fee or a tuition for this course?
The member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, no, a child would not have to pay a fee or anything. A student could take a PSEO class. It could be something that is a blended class. They could opt to have an online course, which would go through the same procedures that are already in statute, but it would not require a student to pay any additional fees.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Murphy M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, then the school district pays the fee for the child, or is it a prescribed course that the child will have to take?
Representative Myhra will yield. The member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, already under current statute, there are providers, I believe there's about 24 that the Department of Minnesota has authorized to provide online learning courses. If a student in an enrolled school decides to take one of those courses, there is a particular percent of the fees from the school that will go to the online provider. Otherwise, a student can take a course in their school if it's provided. It would be up to the school district to decide how they want to meet this requirement, and that's why we've given an extra year for them to take a look at how they want to meet it. How a rural school would meet this requirement might be very different from an urban school or a suburban school, but it would not require a student to pay an additional fee. They would, it's part of their public education.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Myhra, does the child get a certificate of completion or a grade or some kind of, do they have to perform some kind of measured outcome?
Representative Myhra will yield. The member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, the course under this would be the same as taking a course with language arts or mathematics or science. In fact, it's not an additional course on top of their workload. It's one of the courses that they already are required to take. It could be an elective course, the art course, social studies, but there would be an element of digital learning included in that. It could be satisfied with an online course. That is an option for our students today. It could be satisfied with a PSEO class. Many of those PSEO classes are done through online. So, and the protocol would follow the same as what is right now. This bill doesn't change any of that. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank Representative Myhra for adding the new language on blended and digital learning. I think it was time to add that kind of language to our statute books. However, I wish it had ended there. As I've told Representative Myhra, she went too far. And I will say this bill has changed significantly from the time it started. It is better than it was. You did address some of the concerns. But if Representative Myhra would yield, I have two questions.
She will yield. Representative Norton.
Representative Myhra, can you tell me how many districts in the state of Minnesota currently, given your new definition of blended and digital learning, how many high schools in the state don't use that type of technology now?
The member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, I requested that information earlier this week and the department wasn't able to get it to me yet. But what I do know is that Minnesota was awarded $238 million from the American Recovery and Investment Act for 2009 and 2010. And right now also school districts and charter schools who wish to remain eligible for federal technology funding such as Fed E-rate discount program, Fed tech grants, and state telecommunication access aid need to fill out a renewed technology plan. So the department is already working with districts across the state. But I wish I had that information for you. I just know that there is a lot of money that has gone into our schools across the state, both in broadband capacity and technology. I wish I could give you the breakdown, but I didn't receive that information.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you, and I appreciate that answer. We don't know yet, and we do need to address some of the concerns from folks. You know, I think it's great in Representative Keel's district that her district has technology. We also know there are some who do not, and I'm not sure the 1 year is going to buy us the time. But my point really was most high schools in the state of Minnesota, given your new definition, which I'm appreciating you putting in law, do actually do some sort of blended learning somewhere. So I'm not even sure, and part of that is because under Governor Palente's administration, we put language in the law that said we need to be moving forward with online learning and now blended or digital learning. If Representative Myhra would yield for the second question.
She will yield. Representative Norton.
My question to you is there anything in law currently in the statute books that would prohibit districts from doing what you're proposing in this piece of legislation?
The member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, I don't believe there is anything that would prevent them, but this isn't an encouragement. One of the things that I received feedback on is thanks for extending the effective date 1 year on the one course credit so that schools can get up to speed. If they need a year to get up to speed, that means that this is actually being an encouragement to them to get moving in this area. Our students really do need to be prepared for college and career, and having this access to digital learning I think is very important. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton.
Thank you. And Representative Myhra, the point you just made is my concern. It isn't encouragement, it's a mandate. On line 2.1, it said a high school student must successfully complete at least one course credit. It is a mandate, it's not a suggestion. That's been my issue all along. We are adding a graduation requirement for students, and it's unnecessary because we know technology is being used in our schools. And to successfully graduate, if a student took one course that had digital learning in it, and let's say that's all they were offered, and let's say they flunked that course their senior year, they don't get to graduate. That's my issue. It's not that technology shouldn't be used, and as I said, I really appreciate your definition of digital and blended learning. That's absolutely necessary, but we are putting a mandate and a roadblock for graduation from students that needn't be there. And I wish you had left the language as encouraging in some other part of the bill and not added it as a graduation requirement. So that is my only concern for the bill. I really appreciate the work you've done. My hope would be that this would somehow disappear, that graduation requirement. I can see you're pretty firm on that, and unfortunately I'll be voting against the bill because of the graduation requirement.
The member from Itasca, Representative Manzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, your small, primarily rural, low property wealth school districts really and truly want to do this. They actually believe that this is a good idea. It's just that they need more time, and they need more community support, and they need to build infrastructure in order to accomplish this. And really, you got to have a little faith in those school superintendents and elected school board members. They will do this in the rural area. It's just that they can't do it as fast and rapidly as the more affluent suburban districts. So for that reason, I would encourage all rural members to vote no.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I think this is much ado about nothing. This is for our graduates in 2017. They're eager to have this opportunity because they're way ahead of us teachers. And I think if we don't continue to move and offer this, this opportunity for our young people, we are going to be obsolete in our profession. This is necessary for our young people, and they're waiting for it. In regard to Representative Loeffler's concerns about children in the inner city, there are children with iPads, iPhones, smartphones, everything imaginable that we don't even realize they have in their homes. They may be low income, but they have the latest technology, and they're waiting for those applications to be placed on their smartphones or their iPads or iPods so that they can be participating in today's world. Yes, this is a required credit for the graduates of 2017, but I think they will be laughing at us long and hard if we're going to have arguments about we're not ready. We can't do this because we have issues with broadband. Wherever schools will take the heat from their students, they will move ahead, and we'll have kids prepared for the 21st century, as we should be now doing with this kind of provision that Representative Myhra has brought forth. This is where we need to move, my dear friends. This is the direction that our children are waiting for us to say yes to, so that they have the Khan Academy available at their home, for example, to study their math, because they're struggling in math, and here's an opportunity to have all sorts of abilities to learn differently. If we're going to get out of the achievement gap, this is one way we do it, by offering our students digital learning, online learning, blended learning, and I think our newer teachers are just waiting to go forth with this. Smart boards they're archaic, and I remember when Representative Pawlowski introduced them to us about 10 years ago. Our teachers have moved beyond that, and now we're looking for these newer pieces of technology. This is something that school funding takes care of, so there's no issue with finance, and I think as our children demand it, as our parents demand it, as our teachers demand it, we're going to have broadband throughout the state. So members, please support this very important innovation, this very important proposal that will bring success to our students today, tomorrow, and into the future. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani. We'll skip him and come back. The member from Hennepin, Representative Davney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Members, I want to take you back in time a little bit as you consider this bill. First, I want to take you back to last year and the Education Reform Committee. Now, I know a lot of us don't want to remember last year, and a lot of us really hope the voters don't remember last year, but let's take a visit there just the same. The theme of the Education Reform Committee last year was mandate reduction. So, 2011, apparently, because what this bill is a new mandate on our schools. A new mandate without any new money to implement it. And then I want to take you not quite as far back as last year, but as far back as last night. Now again, I imagine there's some of us who don't want to remember last night, and maybe a couple who don't remember last night. But I want to take you back to the member from Eden Prairie's bill that strip teachers' ability to have control over their staff development money from state law. What does this bill do? It amends the same section of law about the use of staff development funds to better train teachers on digital learning. So one day we say, oh, no, you don't get to control that. If you want to be a high flyer and really tackle today's technology and really work on implementing it in your classroom and really engage students, you don't get to do that. And the next day we say, hey, we really want you to be the high flyer and tackle these issues and provide these opportunities. Members, which is it? Let's resolve that first. Let's decide we're going to fund mandates we put on our schools, and let's make sure the schools can actually achieve the mandates we send them before we make them jump through hoops for a bumper sticker on the back of a car or somebody's national agenda. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Myhra, for working diligently with us on this bill. This went through several variations. I have to say, if we had your original bill here, it would be a slam dunk no on my part. We backed off of, I thought, some provisions that we're not ready to go to. You know, the issue that seems to be, and first of all, let me just say that I think that for us as a legislature to push in this direction is absolutely correct for us to do. You know, it really, members, it's just not even thinkable for us to be producing out of our K-12 education systems individuals that are incompetent in the use of modern communications technology. And members, it isn't just the ability to use the technology, it's actually a new way of thinking. It is really digital thinking, and there's an emerging body of thought and research that's really shaping this up, not only here but across the world. And if we're going to be competitive in a global marketplace, then we really need to have these kind of competencies come out of our public school systems, and frankly not even wait for our young people to develop that in college, but rather to develop that in our K-12 system. I think that the issue that a lot of members are wrestling with is the language that Representative Norton identified on 2.1, beginning on 2.1, that requires high school students to successfully complete at least one course credit in digital learning. And I have to say, you know, I'm a little discomforted by it, but I'm willing to take the leap here for a couple of reasons. You have a couple of little, you know, protections here. You know, you have the 1 year off into the future. We do seem to kind of hold our school systems less accountable than our school children. But however, the definition of blended learning, which is or rather digital learning to which this goes to, is really pretty broad. And I think it's that broadness then that for me provides the comfort here. But Representative Myhra, you are hearing, you know, as people are wrestling through, you know, a new concept plus a mandate to our school children, making sure that we're not creating unequal circumstance creating unequal circumstances for our students. I had one of our members come over a few minutes ago and talked about how in his school district and the community he represents, so many of our children live in poverty. So many of his children live in poverty. They don't have access, you know, at home to the internet. Members, this begs a bigger question for us, you know, which is what role are we going to play? If these are the kind of bottom line expectations that we have of our young people in our school systems, then it really does beg the question about what kind of collective responsibility we should have then to make sure that everyone has access to the internet, that everyone has access to digital learning and to the tools that make that possible. And I know that a number of us for a number of years have been working, Representative Dietrich has been working on this issue in terms of making sure that our schools have a steady stream of funding that really builds up the capacity of our schools to have online access, modern technology for all students. And so, like most things around here, we have to make sure all the pieces continue to connect. It's one thing for us to have the policy expectation, but frankly, members, we're going to have to really put our money where our mouth is in terms of making sure that our schools are resourced well enough so that Representative Nelson's young people, probably a third of his kids in his district are kids in poverty, always have access to online resources. But Representative Myhra, I'm comfortable with your bill because I do think that the digital learning definition is broad enough here that I think that this can be facilitated even with this expectation of our students. I think ultimately we want to have these kind of expectations of our school systems and of our students. We always have to be mindful, though, that we're properly resourcing both schools and students so that we're not just setting out a policy and then setting students up to fail. I don't think you've done that here. I know that's not what you want to do. Let's continue to work on this issue, but I'm comfortable with your bill and I would support it at this point. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Peterson B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm kind of shocked that this bill has turned into a controversial item. Quite honestly, I would take the opposite opinion of Representative Mariani. I think the original bill was actually the bold vision for instructional delivery that we need to be heading towards in the 21st century. I'll take a stroll with Representative Dabney down memory lane and go back to yesterday and address first things first. You talked about the staff development bill. Just to be clear, yesterday's bill, the Loon bill, gives teachers 100% control of staff development activities, whereas current law gives them only 50% control of the revenue. So actually under the Loon bill, teachers have more control over staff development activities via the advisory committee, of which they make a majority of the membership. Representative Mariani, thank you for bringing some reasonableness back to this conversation. Members, there's broad consensus that by the end of this decade, technological content delivery of educational content is going to be the norm. That's not a revolutionary idea. And as far as Representative Morrow's point, as far as broadband goes, broadband is one component of this definition, but digital learning is not confined to online measures. So I challenge any member in the 300 and some odd districts in the state to show me a district that doesn't have access to computers. And members, just to remind you of the actual language of the bill, the grad requirement is one course credit that includes digital learning as defined in the bill for all students entering grade 9 in 2013-14. So members, the graduation requirement is for people graduating in 2018 for one credit. So the notion that this has to be done by 2013 just isn't correct. This is something that needs to be completed by 2018 for one credit on something that I think there's broad consensus across the country and across the state that this will be the norm by the end of this decade. Members, this is a common sense bill, and quite honestly, I'm surprised we've spent so much talking about it. Vote green.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Mr. Speaker, members, my concern about this bill is the mandate part of it, and I've been retired now for a number of years, but I taught both required courses and electives. And whenever we begin to put these requirements out there, there's only so many hours within the school day. And it does crowd out the opportunity for students to both meet what their needs are and what their interests are. And I taught all but a couple of years on the senior high level. And the interest of students in senior high is more and more in terms of what their opportunities are to take elective courses. So the mandate part of this fits very well into the discussions we've had on the House floor in the past. There have been many bills, good ideas that have been brought forward that are mandates in terms of curriculum on the school districts. But you have to keep in mind that the students, who are our prime audience here, do have interests in a variety of different subject areas and want to take electives that meet their interests and their needs. So I'd be a little bit cautious. It doesn't sound like much when you say a course, 1 credit, but when you look at the requirements that are already out there and the limited number of opportunities that students have to take electives, it's the compounding of different proposals. We've got a couple of economics teachers, well, more than a couple, I guess I'm in that background, but on the other side of the aisle, there was a discussion not too many years ago about requiring every student to take a course in economics. Sounds good. I was a teacher of economics, but it was an elective along with the required courses that I taught, like government. Every student had to have a course in government to graduate. So I would talk about this in terms of not a requirement, but in terms of an elective. That would make a whole lot more sense in my view than a requirement.
The member from Steele, Representative Kath.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I want to echo what Representative Mariani had stated, that as this bill was leaving the K-12 Reform Committee, probably would have been pretty easy for me to say that it wasn't headed in the right direction or it didn't have a good start. But I think here today we do have a bill that is definitely in the right direction. It is something that is helping us a lot. But Representative Myhra, I do have one question. It's very, very technical on this, and as I was starting to talk to some of my schools and look at this issue, we may have a problem here, and that is on line 2.1. It says high school students must successfully complete at least 1 course credit. And the question I have is, for instance, I teach political science, but it is a half credit course. So for instance, my class would be a blended class under your definition because we do a lot of online learning within my course, but it could not count towards this because it is not at least 1 credit. And so I'm wondering if that was your intention there, or what it might be that if we were to actually change that to just say complete at least 1 course under paragraph A, so in other words get the term credit out of there, this would free up a lot of schools who might be on a 5-period day trimester, and they may do it in trimester courses. For instance, my school under social studies, they would only have their freshman year as a 1 credit social studies class to be able to meet this. So I'm just wondering if there was a reason why the term credit had to be in there, or would you be, interested or possible, to amend that to remove just the term credit. It would still require that course, but then they could offer it in, for instance, my political science class to be able to meet that standard. And so if you would yield, I guess I'm just wondering if that's something that you would be amenable to.
Representative Myhra will yield. The member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, if you look on lines 111 through 121, it talks about course credits, and that's what I was meaning. For example, there's under social studies on 1.15, it talks about 3.5 social studies credits. You could mix and match, but it would be 1 course credit over the, for 1 year's worth of digital learning. And I would also like to say that this is not an added course. It is a course that is already required, whether it be language arts, a math course, a science course, a social studies course, an art course, or one of the 7 elective course credits that are required for high school graduation. It's taking one of those courses and have it facilitated by technology.
The member from Steele, Representative Kath.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Myhra. I think my concern, though, is that I'm looking at this from the applicability as students are registering and things like that. For instance, as a student is going through, they may transfer to the school their junior year, and there may not be a 1 credit class that has this in there because the school district may look at it as a student that's been there for 4 years and say that here's when you're going to take, if you take these 3 classes, you will meet your 1 year's worth of equivalent for online. I think we're getting into some unintended consequences here in the sense of defining it as 1 credit. What I'm trying to do is give those schools some flexibility to say, I understand what you're getting at, and that is you want them to have a course that would have blended learning within it. And I get that, and I think that's where we're headed in the right direction on this bill, to give them flexibility. What I'm worried about is when you say at least 1 credit, depending on when a student takes those different courses, or they may be on an IEP their first 2 years, but through response to intervention they're going to move off of it, and now they have only their junior and senior year to take the classes. Well, that school may not have had it embedded in each year. So what I'm looking at here is to try and figure out, can we give them the added flexibility to say they just need 1 course that would fully embed this type of digital learning. And so I'm hoping that you'd be amenable to that kind of flexibility to afford the schools that opportunity, and if she would yield to that.
Representative Myhra will yield. A member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker and Representative, I understand what you're saying, and I know that as counselors work with students that transfer in, there's adjustments. They look through their prior transcript and see what will transfer in, and there's adjustments that are made. So I would leave that flexibility to those counselors as they work with students that are coming into their district, but it was my intent that it would be a minimum of 1 course requirement.
The member from Steele, Representative Kath.
Well, you just answered my question. You said just 1 course requirement. And that's what I'm saying, is that I'm going to offer them a course. We're on a 4-period day. It's 85 minutes for 9 weeks. And it is a lot of digital learning. I guess what I'm trying to do is afford as much flexibility as we possibly can to our schools. That would still be a requirement to make sure that there's that good opportunity for digital learning there. I'm just trying to make sure that they're afforded the opportunity to do it in a way that's the most flexible for them, by still making sure those kids have that opportunity. So I hope that as the conversation continues here, I really would like to see if we could go back to before 3rd reading here and just remove that term credit, because I really think you would have a bill moving here that would give a lot of flexibility to our schools to be able to make this happen, as well as to really understand for our kids that this is an opportunity to do this in a way that gives them the flexibility too.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would the author of the bill yield for a question? And maybe a series of questions?
She will yield. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Myhra, I don't serve on the Education Committee, so I didn't see this going through, but as Representative Mariani pointed out here earlier, I have a large population in my district that's very transient, and a lot of them are worrying about paying rent, let alone having internet access at home. Are they going to be able to take all these classes at school, be able to have access at school after hours so they can do their homework and take the classes they need, or are they going to have to have access at home? I mean, we've heard people talk about high-speed internet and this stuff in the rural area, but there are some areas in my district where you can't get a high-speed internet. And that sounds strange in a suburban district, but there are pockets where they haven't brought out the lines out there, and they have to pay large money to get that internet. And if you're struggling to pay your rent, how are you going to be able to have that internet access to take this course, to do the homework required, when you don't have that access?
The member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, the definition of digital learning is very broad. It's a course or learning that is facilitated by technology. It could be in the class, it could be at home. There's just a lot of options that even students have right now. But if a student doesn't have options at home, then they would probably want to register for something that has a blended component in the classroom. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author still continue to yield?
She will yield. Representative Nelson.
Well, Representative Myhra, I guess that doesn't totally alleviate my fears, because right now I'm being told by my teachers in the classroom, they teach in my schools, that part of the problem with the achievement gap is that you have people that have this stuff and have this ability and have the ability to get this stuff at home, and then you have the people that don't, and that creates a larger gap here. And I think we're going in the right direction. I don't disagree with Representative Peterson about that this is what's going in the future, but we need to as we're going forward on this, be able to look at the people that don't have this access at home so that they're able to get this. I mean, we can say go to the libraries and get it. Well, the libraries in my city are always, the computers there are always full. and people don't have the access to get onto them, and they're limited hours there. At schools, once the schools close down, they don't always have access to get back at school and use the computers. And if you don't have it at home, and you have a homework assignment you got to do, you're now putting one group of kids that have that access at home to the high-speed internet or to internet, and the people that don't in two different classes, and you're basically setting up another achievement gap. I have concerns about this. So, I mean, is there do you look forward to the school districts having to provide more access? How do you see these students being able to overcome this hurdle, basically the hurdle of poverty?
The member from Dakota, Representative Myhra.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, very good questions. One of the things that we have currently is the Department of Education accepts technology plans from school districts across the state. And those technology plans are submitted because that makes them eligible to get funding, federal funding for example, for the E-rate discount program, the Fed technology grants, the state tech communication access aid. There's all kinds of grants, and so digital learning doesn't have to take place in an individual's home. It can take place in their public school, and there are options for school districts to have access to grant money.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Representative Myhra, but like I said, I don't serve on these committees, so my knowledge base here isn't the deepest. All I know is, like I said, I live in a school district that spans from a very poor half of the district to where Representative Pepin and Representative the Speaker Zellers live, where we have a wealthier base. We have a great vast difference in our schools. In fact, it's almost like two different school districts when you look at it because of how large the school district is. And we have this problem right now in our schools where we have one half the district arguably get a better education because they have more opportunities from what they're getting in their schools because of the wealth of the people that live around there, where the other half of the district, we don't have the ability through the PTO to raise that money to provide that enhancement. So I'm looking forward at this. I'll continue to listen. Right now, I'm not in favor of this bill because, again, I see it setting up another haves and have-not situation and actually probably creating another opportunity gap or achievement gap here that we're looking to have to fight in the future, and we're not giving the schools any money to be able to deal with this.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Greiling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. At the point that this bill is at right now, I do support it, and I'm glad that I came after Representative Nelson because he's making the main point as to why I do support it. When the bill started, as Representative Mariani said, I don't think many of us would, on this side of the aisle, would have supported it. It was an ALEC bill that, had a lot of concerns. But Representative Myhra, to her credit, has been very open to suggestion and remains so. And I hope she will listen to Representative Cass's suggestion at some point about the amendment that he suggests. But my main reason for supporting it is the digital divide that we do have. This bill is not creating the digital divide. We have a digital divide, and we need to have these opportunities for all students, and they have to be in the schools because, as Representative Nelson said, many of the students in his district don't have computers, they don't have internet access. We had concerns from the Rural Education Association in committee that there may be problems in their areas, in some of them, where they don't have high broadband access. And these are problems for students that have to graduate in this century. So my main reason now for supporting this bill, which has been broadened, it's flexible, and it has a year to be developed, is that during this year, and it may have to be longer if it can't be done in a year, we have to make sure that there is the opportunity for broadband access for every student, that there are opportunities in their schools for computers, and then all of our kids, not just some of our kids, will graduate ready for the 21st century. So I I think a lot of good concerns have been raised here, and I hope that that we pass this bill so they can be addressed in the next year, and then we have internet and online learning opportunities for all students. So I am going to be supporting this bill, and I hope that many others do as well.
The member from Winona, Representative Plowski.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is an iPhone, a smartphone. Every school district in this state has concocted rules to take this away from students. You go into any principal or assistant principal's office, you'll see a pile of them, because they have no idea how to use them in the schools, so they take them away. The students continually use them, but we don't know how to help the students use them properly. The course that's in this bill could be taken on a smartphone. The trouble is, the school districts aren't smart enough to figure out how to incorporate it. Less than a decade ago, this floor, most members would have had a pile of paper about a foot high. All of the bills introduced for you to thumb through at your leisure to try to figure out how an amendment, which was another big piece of paper, could be inserted into that pile. When we first brought computers onto the floor, everybody panicked. Oh my, how can we use these things? We really can't. We don't know how. Now it's so commonplace, there's at least one computer on some people's desks, and on others there's probably more than one, including mine. The chief clerk, the previous chief clerk, wasn't terribly happy about moving to technology. He resisted it. And then he found out that instead of mailing a bill to someone, which meant you had to physically print it, put it in an envelope, post it, and take it to the post office, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can download everything. If you don't think the students are using this, you're wrong. They are. The problem is, how are we going to help the students use it properly? It isn't going to go away. We now have the iTextbook. The iTextbook is going to do to textbooks what iTunes did to music. You're not going to buy it on a CD, and you're not going to buy it on a record. You're going to buy the song you want, when you want, and how to use it, and textbooks are going to be the chapter, the map, the graph, and ultimately, just as in this body, it saved hundreds of thousands of dollars in paper and costs, it will save money, and the students will be able to use this 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and we won't be taking it away. We'll be telling them how to use it properly. This bill is a modest proposal. It isn't anything the school districts can't do. It's what they should do. Let's develop the best way to use the smartphone. It's called a smartphone. For once, could education be smart and use it?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Depke.
Representative Pulowski, have I told you lately that I'm in love with you? Well, Representative Pulowski and I think a lot alike on a lot of things. I'm sure there are other things we don't think alike on, but when it comes to education, we're in sync. I just want to say one thing. I want to thank Representative Myhra from the bottom of my heart for introducing this bill. My district had the Milken Award winner this year, Seth Brown. He teaches 8th grade in one of my schools. Now I know we're not really playing the privileged versus the non-privileged game here, because not every family in my district is privileged, and we don't have cable in all the areas of my area. You'd be shocked to know that, but that's true. But Seth Brown is a 5-year teacher at one of my middle schools. He teaches 8th grade. And when he came into the middle school, the first thing he asked is, can I please get iPads for my students? And And they said, no, you can't do that. He said, well, what if I can figure out a way to get them for free? So Seth Brown, and by the way, my daughter was in 8th grade at the time. Every kid in her class wanted to get into Seth Brown's class. She was one of the unfortunate ones that did not have him as a teacher. But he took it upon himself, and he was able to apply for a scholarship to get iPads for all of his 8th grade students. He teaches math. The next thing he did is he went to the school and he said, can I get some chairs where these kids can roll around on? They said, no, we can't afford that. So you know what he found in the basement of the school? He found these old television stands. And he said, can I have these stands in my class? His kids sit on old TV stands. He breaks them up into groups. Many of them, this was the first time they had ever seen an iPad, had had one in their hand, and he is teaching them how to use the iPad and how to use it for math. This young man is the most popular man in the school. We had the Commissioner of Education personally handed him the Milken Award. He's a national award winner out of 25 throughout the entire country, and he received a $25,000 bonus from our Commissioner of Education through the Milken Foundation. This is any kid, and Representative Pawlowski is right. These kids now have it, they get it, they're growing up with it, the young teachers know about it, and this is a great bill. It's time for Minnesota to continue to be leaders in what's going on in this country in education, and thank you to Representative Greiling and Pawlowski for their support.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Representative Depke, I just want you to know, Representative Depke, I am totally heartbroken over here. I don't know how I'm going to make it through the day after what you told Representative Pawlowski. I thought I was your favorite.
Oh, may I just have a follow-up, sir? Yeah, I'm just...
The member from Hennepin, Representative Depke.
We got to vote, I know. Representative, I'm just interested in where you buy your underwear, that they're made in the USA.
Discussion to the bill. The member from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if I'm going to follow that, but...
Clerk will take the roll. I'm sorry, Representative Detmer.
First of all, thank you, Representative Myhra, for bringing this forward. By the way, this is an iPad. This is an iPhone, and I got my laptop on my desk, too. I serve on the Higher Education Committee, and we know what's going on in higher education with online learning. We need to follow suit with the K-12. Many of these young men and women that are graduating from high school or college, they go into the military. You would be surprised, astounded by the type of electronic equipment they use in the military today. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Thiessen votes nay. There being 96 ayes and 32 nays, the bill is passed. The title is agreed to. Next bill on the calendar today is House File 2398. Chief Clerk, report the bill.
House File 2398 on the fiscal calendar for today, the third engrossment, an act relating to agriculture.
Calling the member from Pope, Representative Anderson P., to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill, rather large bill, is a policy bill brought to us by the Department of Agriculture. I'm carrying the bill. It relates to hopefully streamlining provisions and making the department operate more efficiently. They and also the Department of Animal Health to make their operations more efficient, bring them into the 21st century with our modern technology. It's a fairly long bill. I'll run through some of the sections, but first of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make an oral amendment, if I could.
State your oral amendment for the Chief Clerk, Representative Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, on page 52 of the bill, I would like to delete Section 33.
The Chief Clerk will report the oral amendment.
Anderson P. moving to amend House File 2398, the third engrossment, as follows on page 52. Delete lines 8 through 14, which is Section 33.
Discussion to the amendment, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. There's still ongoing discussion between the department and the grocery people, and it's felt that at this time this section was not ready to be brought forward to the bill, so we're going to work on that further, and that's the reason for scratching this section, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Anderson oral amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. Representative Anderson, to your bill as amended.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. The first sections of the bill deal with, again, moving into the 21st century, eliminating paper reports that are being done online by the department. And Section 3 allows the department to contract with counties and a joint powers board to allow for a more efficient collection of agriculture and pesticide wastes throughout the state. Section 4 deals with allowing smaller retailers the option of hand stamping their invoices that show the state sales tax on invoices for pesticides. Sections 5 and 6 and 7 deal with just changing definitions. Sections 12 through 24 deal with, again, codifying sections, bringing sections together, and making things more efficient. Sections 25 and 26 deal with the vegetable seeds and flower seeds. Section 27 is an amendment concerning a commercial feed and a definition. We are in Section 28 deleting some old language such as having chemists in the department. They now are called analysts and have labels such as that. Section 29 again just pushes out to 5 years, the length of time at which the department has to publish a report on organic agriculture. Sections 30 through 35 deal with the establishment of a commission called the Dairy Research Authority, which was brought forth after another commission that wanted to establish, at least look at the possibility of establishing a new dairy research and education facility in Minnesota. Our dairy industry is extremely important to our state. They generate about $11 billion, that's with a B, annually, and those in the industry feel that as the industry changes and evolves, they would like to have a more modern facility with which to conduct research and also education in Minnesota. So those sections deal with that. It is a non-paid board with the public and private members of it, and it does contain a sunset clause that after 5 years, if no progress is made on coming up with a location, size of facility, things like that, the board would be sunsetted. Moving ahead, sections 36 and 37 deal with Board of Animal Health regulations and how they handle quarantines and things like that. Moving down to 41, sections 41 through 51 dealing with how bonds are given to grain buyers, licenses, things like that, in terms of how they have to bond for their business in terms of a relationship to how much grain they have on hand, and how those who have grain stored there would be covered in the event of a financial problem at a grain handling facility. And moving down to sections 58, Mr. Speaker and members, we are getting into the biodiesel exemptions, which are, we would hope to carry those forward. Section 58 calls for exemptions to that Minnesota 5% biodiesel mandate, with one additional exemption, that going to ocean-going vessels on the Great Lakes. They would be exempted from the provision, as well as railroads, mining interests, and logging interests in Minnesota. Section 59 deals with extending the exemption for number 1 diesel fuel during the winter months in Minnesota. That would be exempted for an additional 3 years to 2015. Section 60 is a provision that would allow Lutheran Social Services to expand the area that they are serving with mental health needs. The original provision back in the 2010 special session authorized $200,000 to Lutheran Social Services to service people in the flood areas of southeastern Minnesota. They've used about $50,000 of that appropriation, and they would like to use the remaining funds to expand their territory and service territory to any county designated by USDA or by FEMA as disaster counties in Minnesota. And Section 61 deals with the disposal of building materials in Minnesota. And then we go on to repealers. And in the food safety provisions, the second part of the bill, again, mainly deal with consolidating statutes, bringing 7 different chapters down into one as they relate to food safety in Minnesota. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would urge support for the bill, and I would stand for questions.
There are amendments at the desk. The clerk will report the First Amendment.
Erdahl and others moving to amend House File 2398, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 895.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl, to read to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's some questions. Has the amendment been handed out?
Representative Erdahl, the amendment is just going out. If you'd like to explain the amendment, however, we will not vote on the amendment until the members in the back row have received it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I believe that research is very important in the dairy industry, and I'm very disappointed that lately there has been a decline in research among our educational facilities in the state of Minnesota. And so I would like to see that research continue and to grow. But I'm concerned about the establishment of a new dairy research, teaching, and consumer education authority. I believe it may be unnecessarily growing government. I believe that the functions of this center could be handled by the AURI agency, which is already in existence.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. We have heard that statement before, that feeling that we do not want to grow government any further. But again, bear in mind that we put a sunset clause on this commission, and it's kind of a specialized commission dealing with dairy. We have people involved in the dairy industry on this 9-member commission from the University of Minnesota, from MNSCU, and they're going to get together in an unpaid capacity and work on this. And if they can't make any progress within 5 years, this commission will be sunsetted. So I would oppose the amendment and urge you to support the Dairy Research Authority in Minnesota.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question for Representative Erdahl, if you'd yield.
He'll yield, Representative Thiessen.
Can you explain the language starting on line 1.25 and going on to page 2 about waiving conflict of interest, allowing you to, a member of a nonprofit board to vote on awarding a contract to his nonprofit or her nonprofit?
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Thiessen, I'm going to make this easy on you. Because of the explanation that Representative Anderson just gave, indicating that there is now a sunset provision for this, after I had spoken with him about this, I withdraw the amendment.
Representative Erdahl withdraws the A12 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Hoppe and others moving to amend House File 2398, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 390.
Member from Carver, Representative Hoppe, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, this is what I believe is a simple, non-controversial amendment. It was brought by at the request of the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, and it does have the support of the Department of Commerce. I have spoken to Representative Atkins and Representative Eakin and Representative Anderson about this. I'm not aware of anybody that is opposed to it. I'll give you a little bit of background. There have been federal rule changes recently that I'm not sure if they were part of Dodd-Frank or not, but they were federal changes. This change in the amendment, we're making this change in order to try to more closely comply with the federal guidelines. The change would clarify that all loans small community banks make in collaboration with the Rural Finance Authority loans are consistent with each other and all conform to the new federal rule changes that have recently been made. With that, members, I would appreciate your support, and I would stand for questions.
Discussion of the Hoppe amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Hoppe amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Hansen and others moving to amend House File 2398, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 395.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment relates to a provision that came into the bill in the Ag Committee relating to commercial feed. In our commercial feed law, it's deleting a section on page 13, section 27. Section 27 starts at the bottom of the page. It's really on page 14. And for those of you who grew up on farms or think about farming and the commercial feed, folks would grind their own feed, take that feed and use it. What this does, what this amendment or the provision that's in the bill does, is it allows an exemption to commercial feed and thus commercial feed inspections for large distributors, not the mom and pop farmers, but the large distributors, and it has a retroactive effective date relating to those inspection fees. So I just think this would be a good provision to remove, to go back to the status quo where we have equality between the farmers and the distributors.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That amendment was brought to us in the Ag Committee, and I requested from the Department a fiscal note in terms of if it would take away revenue from them in terms of what they collect for the inspection fees, and it was minimal. There was no fiscal note produced on this amendment, so I would urge a no vote on the amendment.
Discussion. The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I'm concerned about the amount of money, it's the coverage, it's the inspection that's the issue. You could have a large volume of feed being produced that is no longer inspected. So I understand the fiscal issue, but I'm concerned about the coverage, the regulatory issue, that we may be opening up a very large loophole here. So I would, Mr. Speaker, ask for a roll call.
A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the A12 amendment. Discussion to the amendment. The member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. There are several feed distributors, per se, that actually own livestock and produce livestock. And what this part of this bill does is just protects them from having to pay sales tax on the feed they produce for their own livestock and then haul it out there. Currently, they'd have to pay that tax on it, and we feel it's just like the local farmer down the road who's grinding his own feed and using it. They are grinding their own feed, taking it out, and using it on their own farms to feed their livestock. So I rise in opposition to this amendment. Thank you.
Discussion. The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's important to note, too, that this is allowing a couple of the largest operators that have commercial feed processing facilities as part of their business who actually sell to others to be able to not have to pay the full cost that would anybody else have to pay. And this is not applying to the little independent farmer that's got a grinder on their place. This is to somebody who owns a commercial feed facility, and there's a huge difference between that and somebody with a small pull-behind tractor grinder. And the department has not gone out and enforced those types of fees collected by anybody who is pulling a tractor grinder behind there, but it's for somebody who actually has a feed mill as part of their business operations. And so we're talking about a very limited number of very large farm operations that have these commercial businesses as part of their operations.
Member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we were in committee, we were taking testimony and asking questions as well, regardless of size. This would apply, the question that I brought up is if, hypothetically, my father-in-law, who has a very small cattle farm, if he would do this, grind his own feed, and also potentially sell it to his neighbor as well, he'd fall under these same stipulations. So, again, I'll speak against this as well. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the roll call being requested, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 43 ayes and 85 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Khan moving to amend 2398, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 388.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Khan, to your amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is a really simple amendment which we've actually passed through the House at various times very easily. What this simply does is just urge the Governor and the Commissioner of Agriculture to formally urge the President of the United States and Minnesota's congressional delegation to remove all trade, financial, and travel restrictions to Cuba. Many of us on a bipartisan basis have done legal trips to Cuba. The last person I remember is Senator Magnus went. Commissioner of Agriculture Hugeson went several times. We did pass, the last time we dealt with this in the legislature, in 2007, we did pass, it was a Senate file actually, it was a House and Senate resolution that was passed overwhelmingly by both the House and Senate, again to normalize trade with Cuba. The big issue is the agricultural trade with Cuba, whereas we already have a serious amount of trade, but it would be greatly increased if we could continue the normalization of resolutions. We passed a resolution that was a bill by both the House and Senate was overwhelmingly passed by both the House and the Senate, I think 44 to 18 in the Senate and some large number in the House too. It was vetoed by Governor Pawlenty, we think because he was already looking at the South Florida vote for his presidential status. We actually passed a House resolution with the cooperation in 2008. It was the last action that we took before Sinai died, with the cooperation of then Majority Leader Sviggum. When I have the co-author of all, great collection of co-authors. The first 5 went from Kahn, Swigum, Kelleher to Atkins. And so this has been a very bipartisan thing. As you see, it's no action other than urging our state to get into the discussion, and it's a issue that's good. It's good for relations, and it's very good for Minnesota farmers. There are a lot of things we can continue to supply at a great amount to Cuba.
Call the member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members can do what they want on this amendment. We all want increased trade, increased exports. We have to remember, though, that there are some things going on in Cuba with the human rights that we would like to address and help them correct. So I would just as soon trust our leaders in Washington, the USDA, and the State Department to work on those issues and work to normalize relations with Cuba. But I will not support this amendment, but members can do as they choose on this amendment.
Discussion of the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Kahn amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The amendment is not adopted.
Division.
The member from Hennepin is called for a division. All those in favor of the Kahn amendment, please rise. Those opposed, please rise. There being 59 ayes and 47 nays, the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Kahn and others moving to amend House File 2398, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment's coded A22.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn, to present your amendment.
Well, yes, you do. Well, Mr. Speaker and members, the charm of this amendment is that this amendment, for the very first time in the history of this House, is a Kahn-Franzen amendment. So I'm going to... And my co-author, I think, will speak to it, too. This was a bill, this amendment was the language of a bill that passed the Agriculture Committee almost unanimously. It has to do with the separation of industrial hemp from marijuana. I will point out that the state of and it passed the committee almost unanimously. It got sent to another committee where it unfortunately has lain without a committee hearing. I will point out that the most important part of the amendment is probably Section 76, the effective date, which does not make the legalization effective until the United States Department of Justice, the Drug Enforcement Administration, authorizes a person to commercially grow industrial hemp in the United States. I want to point out that our neighboring state of North Dakota has passed...
1 minute, please, Representative Kahn. Members, if you could, please take your conversations to the alcove, or better yet, the retiring room, so Representative Kahn can present her amendment. Representative Kahn, you have the floor.
Yes, I want to point out that the neighboring state of North Dakota has already passed an almost identical law, just probably working into their agricultural laws. I always wished I could morph myself into the author of that law, who actually wrote a letter in support of our bill. He was the, I don't know if he still is, he was the Speaker of the North Dakota House. He's a Republican, he's a minister, he's a farmer, and what he does is he farms up near the Canadian border, and he looks across the border where he was growing barley and getting, I don't know, someone could tell me what the price of barley is, and he was looking just across the border at his neighbor who was growing industrial hemp for 4 times the value per acre. Again, every farm group supports this, on the national level and on the state level. We're working with one of our senators to try and get action on the federal level. There is no conflict with federal law enforcement because we do not take any, and therefore also no fiscal impact, because we don't take any actions until the federal government has moved on this. In support of the farmers of the state, I urge support of this amendment.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson, to the Kahn amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kahn, for bringing forward this amendment on a bipartisan level. You know, who would have thought that we would be on an amendment together on hemp, of all things. But, you know, I think that this could be a jobs bill, people. There are many things that hemp can be made out of. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite lotions that I have is made out of hemp. And so hemp, we've got clothing that can be made out of hemp, paper that can be made out of hemp, and possibly we could use hemp to, you know, as we're trying to move away from oil and trying to figure out ways to fuel our cars, hemp could also be one of these tools. So I urge you to support the Kahn amendment, and thanks for your time.
The member from Norman, Representative Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I would also encourage support for this amendment. Our area of the state, I know up in the Northwest, is very conducive to the production of hemp. It's one of the reasons you probably see it being produced in Canada, but it would offer the opportunity for our farmers to have one more commodity that they can produce, and would, I think, infuse a lot more economic activity into our state. And I know there's been some concerns that were expressed by law enforcement. Just wanted to address that a little bit. Because hemp, I think it's important to note that hemp is not marijuana. It's part of the same family, and I know there's concern that hemp looks a lot like marijuana, and that could make it more difficult for law enforcement to I guess, root out where marijuana is being grown. But it's important to note that hemp does cross-pollinate with the marijuana, and it actually contaminates the crop, so it's unlikely that people are going to be growing marijuana where hemp is being produced. So for that reason, I would also encourage support, probably have the effect of actually lowering the production of marijuana in these areas, and again, open up an opportunity for our farmers to produce another commodity that's going to help out our area of the state and our state generally economically. So thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson, to the amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. We had a crop report this morning calling for 95 million acres of corn. We need all our acres for corn, soybeans, and things. And we also have trouble, concerns from law enforcement to public safety with getting into this. And I don't think amending this on the floor of the House is a proper place to put this into law. So I would urge members to vote red on this amendment.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Kahn amendment? Oh, I'm sorry. Member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, I would ask for a roll call on this amendment first. And
Representative Cornish has requested a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Basically, there's a reason for all law enforcement to be against this. It could disguise marijuana. It makes all sorts of problems. We've talked about this for years. That's why I never gave it a hearing. I'm totally against it. The law enforcement is against it. About the only law enforcement that I know is a ex-chief of police out in Seattle that came and talked to us about this, and he was in favor of legalizing all drugs. So whatever it's worth, for my opinion here, I would love to deep six this amendment. Thank you.
Discussion. The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to respond to one thing that I heard, and that was a concern that if we allow farmers to grow this, that there won't be enough acreage available for other things. And members, I just think that that's a silly argument against this. You know, I mean, we're really going to mandate to our farmers that they can't grow something so that we'll make sure they'll grow other things that we want them to grow. I mean, for goodness sakes, if the free market is to operate at all, and we know that in agriculture it's a pretty distorted market, but nevertheless, you know, let's give people a little credit.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the amendment. And Representative Cornish, you know, I've been here 26 years now, Representative Cornish, and I've seen a total change in what's happened with law enforcement. I think it's time that law enforcement starts enforcing the laws that we pass instead of trying to write the laws. That's not their job. And quite frankly, there's nothing wrong with this amendment, and I hope the members support it.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, again, the effective answer to Representative Cornish's argument is Section 76. The effective date is not until the Department of Justice and the Drug Enforcement Administration has agreed that industrial hemp can be licensed. I'm sorry I didn't bring my full folder here. The state of North Dakota is a very good state that is ahead of us on this issue. And frankly, the issue of corn, you know, again, Representative Liebling covered that very well. One of the issues is that hemp is a much more environmentally friendly crop than corn is, and it's also a much more profitable crop. And so if you're concerned not about controlling farmers, but concerned that they make the highest and most profitable use of their cropland, you will support this amendment, and we will go on to the discussions that we'll need with the federal government and other states. For all this does is really set up a discussion platform. And it's kind of funny that I'm standing here arguing for freedom of farmers and for their ability to make more money against the author of this bill.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Mullery. Member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Cornish yield for a question?
He will yield, Representative Rukavina.
Representative Cornish, I just got to remember something. What did law enforcement, did they support your Castle Doctrine bill or whatever it's called?
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Rukavina, as I remember, there was a little bit of opposition to that one.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Cornish, should you yield for another question?
He will yield, Representative Rukavina.
How come you shaved that nice mustache off?
Discussion of the amendment. The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've been a supporter of this bill or this amendment in the past. I voted for it out of the Ag Committee. I'm also a strong believer in the process, and I understand that other committees still have some heartburn over this, so I'd ask members to vote against it at this time. Thank you.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, roll call being requested, the Chief Clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 52 ayes and 74 nays, the amendment is not adopted. If there is an amendment to this, the clerk will report the amendment.
Kath and others moving to amend House File 2398, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 402.
The member from Steele, Representative Kath, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, simply this is the proposal that was brought forward under the tax bill for our ag societies in Wadena County and Steele County to be able to fix up some barns that were hurt by storms. Very simple, just allowing our counties to be the bonding agent so that they can get these barns up for the fairs in those areas. And we spoke with Representative Anderson about this. I know he'll speak to it, that just trying to make sure that this can move forward for those two ag societies.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I would agree that this is a friendly amendment. I would support this amendment.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Kath amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment to this. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Khan and others moving to amend House File 2398, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A26.
Call a member from Hennepin, Representative Khan, to your amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, somehow thinking that I might have some trouble with the last amendment, we proposed this one as a backup one, and for this we picked up additional support on this one. What this does is then this sets up, as Representative Hamilton suggested we have, this sets up a process to let us look at this carefully in the next session. So it's definitely looking at a proposal how to legalize and regulate industrial hemp as an industrial crop once they have all authorized someone to do it. So we're looking at an advisory task force that will put together all of the, including the Commissioner of Public Safety and other stakeholders, and we'll look at recommended legislation from this group. So I hope that this overcomes the objections that people had to the last amendment, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Call the member from Pope, Representative Anderson, to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, Representative Khan, we're getting closer here, but I still feel that the floor of the House is not the proper venue or avenue for an amendment such as this. We need to look at this in committee, and I would pledge to work with you next year if I am back here, and work at looking at this and move this ahead slowly. But for right now, I would encourage a red vote.
Discussion. The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, Mr. Speaker, at first I would ask for a roll call on this amendment. Ask for a roll call.
Representative Cornish requests a roll call on the amendment. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is basically very problematic, and I did get an email just now from the Sheriff's Association saying that law enforcement was against this. And the problem, too, is with the wording. It basically tells them to come up with a system that will legalize it. I mean, it says, finance a proposal detailing how to expeditiously legalize. Well, we don't want to do, this isn't even a study, this is a directive to make it legal. So I would ask members to please vote against this amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. You. Representative Ricovina changes from no to aye. There being 39 ayes and 86 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment that has the clerk report the next amendment.
Clark and others moving to amend House File 2398, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A27.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Clark, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that would say that working with our Commissioner of Agriculture, a task force would be set up, a working group to look at the pros and cons of genetically engineered and genetically modified foods and report back to the legislature next year. And if you look at the language of the amendment, you'll see that all the stakeholders from both sides, all sides, would be serving on this task force. It's an uncompensated advisory task force, so there's no cost. We mentioned that consumers, food safety professionals, representatives of both conventional and organic agriculture, and all the other stakeholders would be involved in this task force. Let me tell you, I talked with the Commissioner of Agriculture. He supports this. He's willing to do it. It's not a problem for him, and I certainly hope that we all believe that the consumers of Minnesota have a right to know as much as we can about what's in our foods. Genetically engineered or genetically modified foods has been an issue that's being talked about around the country. It's not new to our own law either in Minnesota. We already have legislation that says when there is going to be introduced a new crop that's genetically engineered, there's a permit application review that's required. So we do this to some degree, but the consumer, that's for the farmers, but the consumers don't know right now, have no way to know. None of us in this room have any way to know whether or not the food we're buying has been genetically modified, genetically engineered. And what's happening in the biotech industry is just expanding at such a rapid rate, it's very hard to keep up. Some of the kinds of engineering that's been talked about in biotech may be very helpful and very good, but the truth here is that we really do not know, and we need to have some experts in our own state, our own state government. We have many scientists who can participate in this task force and consumers. This would be a way that we can start to bring that information forward. Unbiased information, I think it would be a very, very good discussion. I have talked with some of the members on the other side. I talked with the author of the legislation. He's not too keen on it, but I'm not sure why. I think we need to trust our consumers. We need to trust our consumers to be able to have good information and then make the right decisions. And this is really, again, a right-to-know bill. We know that there have been some failures right now already with some of the genetically modified products that are out there. We have, I grew up on a farm, so I know enough about farming, and I do some organic farming now with others. So this is not something that's unfamiliar to me. And we know that there are now super weeds that have been developed because of some of the failures of some of the kinds of genetically modified pesticides that have been developed. One of the things that really concerned me lately is that I heard that Dow Chemical was looking at putting a product together that contains 2,4-D. And in their pesticides, if any of us are folks who have survived the Vietnam War area, we know that that brought a lot of our brothers, fathers, sisters, others home with really big problems. We need to know, I would think we have a right to know whether or not, again, these kinds of chemicals are being introduced into our food, make it through the food chain. One of the disturbing things to know is that we have recently found out that some of the components of genetically modified pesticide are actually showing up. They're crossing the blood barrier and they're showing up in our mothers' and babies' blood. This is information that wasn't out there before, but we do now know this. This is not innocuous. People have a right to know. I think you would want all of your family members to have that opportunity as well as yourself. So I urge support of this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion. The member from Pope, Representative Anderson, to the amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Clark, there is no need for this amendment. The FDA has shown no difference between GMO and non-GMO food. This has been brought up time and time again. There is no scientific evidence that I'm aware of that USDA or FDA has put out that there's any difference between GMO and non-GMO foods. This would cause more cost, more regulation. Chemicals were brought up. We use fewer chemicals today with GMO crops than we did 20 years ago. It allows us to use fewer chemicals, make our food safer, and I would ask you to vote against this amendment. This is not good for production agriculture.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in support of this amendment. You know, it wasn't that long ago that organic foods were seen as sort of a fringe movement. We didn't really need to accommodate them in our agricultural policies, and now they're so mainstream that even the mainstream stores, Rainbow, Cub, almost all major grocery stores have an organic foods area, and it has given rise to a whole new agricultural industry within our state that has been celebrated in many communities. I know my community cherishes its ability to get organic foods at our farmers market and to contribute as city residents to the agricultural economy of our state. This is just another step in that process of giving consumers choice. This is all about consumer choice. It's allowing consumers who feel that this is important to have information about the food they're purchasing, and it may create another new large industry in our agricultural sector, just like organic foods have. And I would urge us to let a small task force start looking at this, because this might again be another field of opportunity for us, and it gives consumers a chance to explore a different choice in their diet. Thank you.
Hold on one second. The member from Hennepin, Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anderson, I think you might have misspoke when you said that the federal authorities didn't find any difference. They did find differences. And recently, even in March, there was a study on what some like to call Frankenfish. It was it had to do with salmon, GMO salmon. And they found, this is the FDA, found that this fish was more allergenic, it was less nutritious, and contained higher levels of a hormone that is linked to human cancer than normal salmon. They found that. But they still decided that it wasn't going to be something that was going to be labeled. Now, I think that's a problem at the federal level, when we have those kinds of findings, and then we don't require labeling. So what's starting to happen around the country is that states are saying, we're not just waiting for the federal government to do this. We're starting to take care of this ourselves. We think that our consumers have a right to know. And I want to tell you, I think this is a farm-friendly type of amendment. In Connecticut, they had they have legislation, and there was a discussion like, does this cost? Is this going to cost more? And you know what they found there? It's 1/100th of 1% is added to the cost for the consumer's right to know whether or not they're having genetically engineered food. So it's a very minimal cost. And I just, again, don't know quite how anybody could be against us having more right to know about our food. I just don't understand why anybody would oppose that. What's there to be afraid of? Representative Anderson, I don't understand what you would be afraid of. Would the author of the bill yield, Mr. Speaker? I asked if the author would yield, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Clark. Yes, the author of the bill will yield, Representative Clark.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Anderson, are you aware that there are these kinds of findings of concern by the federal government and by scientists who have been working on this?
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson P.
No, I am not.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Clark.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, then I would invite you to help us pass this legislation so that we do get this information out there. And our Commissioner of Agriculture would probably put you on the task force, because I think leaders like you and others in our agriculture field need to have the chance to learn. We all need to learn about what these issues are, pro and con. This task force doesn't take a position. This task force is going to have people who oppose labeling, who support labeling, scientists from our biotech industries, farmers. all the stakeholders. If you look at the language, I was very careful to say that, and I showed it to you earlier because I really did hope you would be a supporter. So again, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, what anyone would be afraid of to just have us have the right to know. And again, I really urge members to support this amendment. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and members, one of the things is we already do have some labeling. And one of the interesting things about GMO use is that it has to do with the whole agricultural system. One of the things we've had is a GMO crop is the BT-resistant corn and soybeans. And this is less amenable. This is banned from the European market because of that. And we've also had it deal with the decrease of monarch butterflies because of the because what has happened is that this was the first authorized GMO crop, and what it did was allow more Roundup to be used on fields. Maybe other things weren't used, and the Roundup also selectively destroys milkweed, which then destroys monarch butterflies, which I will remind you is our state butterfly, done by our former colleague, a bill carried by our former colleague, Harry Mayers. I'll also point out that Minnesota was one of the first states to require the labeling of milk. When you go into the store, you can get the ordinary milk, or you can get what's often called classic milk, which is milk that is not produced by cows that have been subject to BST. Although I completely agree with all of the chemical tests that say the milks are identical, I am very careful to always buy the non-BST milk because it says something about the kind of agriculture that's used to produce it. So less intensive agriculture, it's less hard on the cows, less antibiotics are used. There are a whole sort of other things. And just following again what Representative Loeffler and Representative Clark has said, this is an attempt at, I'll point out, the non-BST milk sells for more than the ordinary milk does. So this allows us to again work on value-added agricultural products, on value-added agriculture in the state. And again, if you read the language of the amendment, it's essentially serious. Look at this with the people who ought to know what they're doing to come out and give us something to work on in the next session. So I urge support of the Clark amendment.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Knuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I want to rise to reiterate some of what Representative Khan said. And what Representative Anderson said, saying that GMO crops allow us to use less pesticides and herbicides. And I spend a lot of time, well, probably more time than at least any other members out in agriculture fields collecting insects. And so forgive me for feeling the need to stand up on the floor and reiterate the fact that there's research just coming out of the University of Minnesota. It was in the Star Tribune front page this month talking about the links between increased use of GMO corn and soybeans with declines in milkweed. And declines in milkweed, basic ecology, it's a host plant of the monarch butterfly, our state butterfly, and milkweeds are down 81% in the Midwest. 81% of a host plant, the only plant used by the monarch butterfly for laying its eggs. And the use of GMO crops has allowed this. And so the outside of the debate of the health issues or not the health issues, which Representative Clark has mentioned, there are other impacts on our agriculture system and our basic ecology that I think consumers have a right to know about. And that's really what this amendment comes back to. It's about consumers' right to know about the products that they're buying. And right now we don't have a great track record. You know, I work a lot on chemical policy, and parents don't have the right to know whether or not the products they're buying for their children have formaldehyde or lead or cadmium. And right now they don't have the right to know whether or not the products they're buying for their kids have genetically modified organisms and the consequences of those genetically modified organisms. Those parents could sort through, but at least they should have the right to know whether or not they're buying them. And this amendment doesn't even go that far. It just says we want to have some people to get together to think about that and make some formal recommendations. We're saying we care enough in Minnesota about making sure people have good information that we're at least going to talk about it. So members, I'd hope you support this amendment. We've got good science coming out of our university showing that there are some impacts of GMO crops that we may not have expected, and I think Minnesotans at least deserve a hard look at this issue, and that's what this amendment does. It makes Minnesota take a hard look at the issue so we can make some good decisions moving forward.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Anderson yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Representative Anderson, I'm just wondering how much of the grain that is produced in our state, or what percentage maybe, is exported?
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Representative Scott, I don't have the exact figures. I know I've read that about half of our soybeans are exported, and our corn crop, a lot of that is made into ethanol, but a significant portion of that also is exported.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Anderson, that's just what I thought. You know, folks, we live in the world's breadbasket here in the Midwest of the United States. And one of our responsibilities for having fertile soil and the ability to raise crops in our country and in this area is that we supply a lot of food to third world countries. A lot of the food that we produce goes to feed starving people around the world. And I'm here to tell you folks, you're never going to feed a starving world going back to organic type farming. It takes 3 times as much land to produce the same amount of grain. Folks, if we want to take on the responsibility and care about people around the world, children, men, women, and children that are dying in other places around the world from starvation, we are never going to do it with organic farming. There is not enough scientific evidence out there on what the effects of GMO may or may not be. But to the person who hasn't had a meal for a day, they'll take the grain that they get from the Midwest. So folks, let's have a reasonable approach to this question that is on the floor today.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Clark, you mean? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But Representative Scott, this is not a bill about organic food, and so I'm not even going to take on that debate because I think you made a lot of factual misstatements, but that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about whether or not your constituents, mine, all of our constituents, have the right to know if we are buying food that is genetically modified, genetically engineered, and there's enough questions that have been raised that we think it would be very helpful to have a task force looking at this. This doesn't take a stand. This task force, we should not be afraid to know the truth. We should not be afraid to know the truth, and that's what this task force is trying to do, is trying to have people from all sides who share very different concerns to sit down together, brought together by our Commissioner of Agriculture, to help us understand more what the issues are. So it's not pro or con GMO. It has nothing to do at this point with organic growing. It has to do with the fact that we are trying to get information on all kinds of production here and whether or not our people have a right to know. So I'm not really sure what you're afraid of, giving our constituents a right to know. That's what this is about.
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I am a farmer. And I can tell you from the time that I grew up until now, we, like Representative Anderson said, spray much, much less, use much less chemicals, both herbicides and pesticides. Representative Clark, just to clear up something, herbicides kill weeds, pesticides kill bugs. I have been out in my field to make sure that, I can't even tell you the name of the orange bug, but the orange bug had to be identified by a paper plate sprayed with PAM. And I've walked fields to count bugs to make sure that we don't spray until we absolutely have to. Not to mention the safety, also the cost. We are trying to reduce our costs all the time. And I want you to know that we use very, very little chemicals than we used to. And it's, as far as GMO, I know there's some real concerns here, but they're just unfounded. I don't have the details. I can't explain that right now. The other concern is there would be a great cost to have to label every crop that goes out of here. And Representative Scott asked how much wheat we export. We export over 18,000 tons of wheat to other countries, not to mention to feed our own country. And this would really be detrimental to our agricultural production industry. The other thing that I would say is if we're going to have this conversation, the conversation should be had through our ag discussion committees and really vet all of the information so that we get it correct. Thank you, members.
The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I remember back in the late 90s, I participated in the Young Farmers and Ranchers discussion meet. And one of the topics was GMOs. And during my research, I researched and found out that over 70% of the products on the grocery store shelves are GMOs. Anything from papayas to cooking oils. And also researched the safety and everything around those and how much research went into this. And that, the United States has some of the most stringent rules and regulations in the world when it comes to consumer safety and product safety and everything else. And do you realize through GMO and the technology that we're actually producing rice with beta-carotene in it? And what that does for children and adults for night blindness and everything else? And I understand the concerns that are out there and everything, but we've proven this over and over again. And like I said, there are safety nets involved to make sure the consumer is safe. Make sure that the people that are eating the product and the countries that we're exporting the product, that they're protected and taken care of as well. So I appreciate having the discussion. I appreciate the debate, but I ask that you vote against this amendment. Thank you.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, members, this discussion is very interesting. Anybody who has ever drank milk that's in the body here today has drank a GMO. Bovine somatotropin. It occurs naturally in milk. And all the GMOs that are used in the dairy industry, in the bovine somatotropin that's used in the dairy industry, only enhances a naturally occurring hormone. That's exactly the same type of principle that happens in grains and elsewhere. Members, this is really nothing, this amendment is really designed to create uncertainty about the safety of our food supply. Members, we have the safest food supply today in the history of the world. Members, this amendment is unnecessary. It's only designed to scare the population. Please defeat this amendment, members.
The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Keel yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Keel, I was just listening to your comments about the wheat that we export out of Minnesota. Do we currently have any GMO wheat in production in Minnesota?
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
No, Representative Falk, we do not.
The member from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to get that clarification that currently we have no GMO wheat for sale in Minnesota.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, will Representative Hamilton yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Kahn.
Representative Hamilton, were you aware of several years ago the Starlink controversy and what happened to the problem with farmers whose crops had been inadvertently contaminated with Starlink GMO corn, and what happened with that issue?
Representative Kahn, if you could, please. I don't believe that Representative Hamilton heard the beginning part of your question. Please repeat your question, yes. Representative Kahn.
Representative Hamilton, my question was, were you aware of the controversy and the recall of a crop that happened several years ago linked to the Starlink gene? That was the problem of a GMO labeled corn that Minnesota had that was okay for animal food but not human food. There was a problem with the shipment of it, and there was a huge shipment turned back from Europe. And I will tell you, people who are talking about exports, we are denied, if we do not have certified GMO-free crops, we are denied access to some of the very lucrative European markets. But I'm just asking specifically about your thoughts on the Starlink controversy and how that could have been averted.
The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard parts of that, and I apologize, Representative Khan. I did have some people talking here as well. And I understand that there are some other countries, the European Union in particular, that they do have some additional rules and regulations that we must follow. And in the event that we don't, and it doesn't meet their specifications, they will turn it back as well. So I do understand that. And I'm not quite sure if I caught the rest of that, but yes, I'm aware of some of that that's taken place. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Well, the point of that was that the Starlink controversy, which was, sorry, I don't have my whole files on it, but it was a multi-million-dollar expense and a crop that was turned back. It hit Minnesota farmers because we didn't have sufficient cleaning out of silos or storage facilities, and I guess maybe you can say it was okay because people got some very large settlement from the agriculture company. But the answer is taking care of what's been planted and taking care with how it's transported so it doesn't get mixed up with stuff that's not supposed to go to another market like the European market, a very important market, is something that Representative Clark's bill the study commission she's trying to put up will look into those issues and will only facilitate our standing on it. This bill does no additional labeling, does no requirements. It just says, look at the issue that's going around the world in terms of markets, in terms of the insect protection that Representative Knuth talked about, and let's make sure that the people who know what they're doing know what they're saying, slightly unlike the people on the floor of the House, get to look at it seriously.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Clark.
Well, just finally again, Mr. Speaker and members, again, this isn't a bill that says that we should stop genetically modified foods. It doesn't say we should promote them. It says we should look into it, and we should have experts from all sides sit down together and look at this. And I don't think it should be scary or frightening to any of us to try to get at the truth. I can tell you, in the whole public health arena, we thought a lot of things were safe years ago. And some things that we studied turned out to be safe, other things not safe. And this, again, is the right to know. If we all think that our consumers have a right to know this about their food, please support this amendment. Thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson P.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Just a clarification. The point was brought up that the European Union does not accept GMO corn, and that's true. But isn't it funny they do accept GMO soybeans? It's an economic issue. They can source non-GMO corn other places around the world, but GMO soybeans are in pretty short supply. They're very expensive, and they accept that kind of GMO crop. Just wanted to clarify that, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a roll call.
Representative Hamilton has requested a roll call on the amendment. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from Washington, Representative Dean, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Clark yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Clark, I'm looking at your amendment, and I have to apologize. I'm not technically familiar with a lot of the subject matter. But I'm looking in line 1.7, and you use the terms genetically engineered organism, and you're also using in your debate genetically modified or GMO, and you're using them interchangeably. I'm wondering if the term genetically engineered organism or GM or GMO is statutorily recognized in current legislation in Minnesota.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Clark.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that question. Yes, it is. It's in Chapter 18F. Genetic engineering. Genetic engineering means the introduction of new genetic material to an organism or the regrouping of an organism's genes using techniques or technology designed by humans. And it goes on to say a few other things. And there's another part of the same statute that requires permitting. So yes, I'm not creating new words here. And they are interchangeable in the vernacular when people talk about it.
The member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Clark. And that really, that really kind of goes to the issues that a lot of the folks have brought up on well, both sides of the aisle, I guess, but really difficulties with this and competitiveness with our products in other markets, and whether they are more likely or less likely to be purchased overseas, and also whether folks are going to be more or less likely to purchase them here with its terms and with its labeling. And I just don't think that this has gone through the process, and I would strongly encourage a no vote on this.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Majority Leader yield?
He will yield. Representative Clark.
Well, Mr. Majority Leader, what I'd like to know is, do you understand that this bill doesn't take a pro or con stand on genetic engineering? So I would like to know what you're afraid of. Why are you afraid of having Minnesota's consumers have the right to know? That's all this does. It provides for labeling so that people have the right to know. What are you afraid of?
The member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Clark. That's not really what the outcome of your amendment, I don't believe, would be if it were to be placed within the legislation. It talks specifically about the use of genetically engineered organisms and putting that out there, and then reporting back in the second portion. The Commissioner must convene an uncompensated advisory task force. But what the real issue is, I believe, Representative Clark, is about what this effect might be, and I think you've heard that from the arguments here, both from people in Minnesota, people in the United States, and our markets around the world. I don't know that we've quite thought through what the effect might be on such a label, and we see that in other areas of legislation, in vaccines and other things that we have dealt with before the legislature. There are unintended consequences, Representative Clark, and I don't for a second believe that what your intentions are not anything other than valid and good. But the unintended consequences on our farmers and our products both here and abroad, I think, are something that what I hear from folks that might have an issue with that is what we're talking about.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Clark.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just a final comment about that. Again, I don't know what you're afraid of, because we're asking for a task force. All the people who think that genetically modified crops are fabulous will have a seat at the table, and they can convince others who have concerns, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a discussion that brings out scientific truth and fact. And I'm kind of befuddled that this has become controversial just to get at the truth, because that's what this is an opportunity for us to bring together people from all sides and then come back and report to us so we can make a decision. We're not deciding today anything about genetically modified foods. Today we're deciding about whether or not we want to have people have a informed discussion and then advise us and make recommendations to us. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the roll call being requested, the clerk will take a roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 44 ayes and 81 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
FISCAL moving to amend House File 2398, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 825.
I call on the member from Beltrami, Representative Purcell, to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, at the risk of garnering applause when we finally get to vote on the Ag Bill, I'm going to proceed with this amendment. As you can see, I just briefly explain. This is about raw milk being sold in Minnesota, and that persons who desire to purchase raw milk could do so and have that milk delivered to them. I want to tell you that much of the impetus for my involvement in this issue is in our Constitution, and I'm going to read Article 13, Section 7. No license required to peddle. Any person may sell or peddle the products of the farm or garden occupied and cultivated by him without obtaining a license, therefore. Now, what we have going on is, right now, folks can go to a farm and they can purchase this raw milk. They cannot currently have that milk delivered to them at their domicile. And some folks don't have the means to get out to the farm. So that presents problems for those who desire to purchase that raw milk. And some folks believe that that raw milk is better for them than pasteurized, and I couldn't tell you one way or the other. I don't drink milk. I don't do dairy. I grew up milking cows. I don't have a dog in this fight. This here is what I'm talking about. The Constitution, the rights. So, just a couple more comments. I'll gladly take questions that anybody might have on this, but I'd be remiss if I didn't make a few comments about the previous discussion that we just had on GMOs, genetically modified organisms, in food supply. And I would just ask any one of you to get the transcript of that discussion, take it home with you, and read it over the weekend, because it was interesting. I was sitting here listening to that. And there was some good information, there was some bad information, and really you need to sort that out, because and do the best to sort it out, but try and learn from that. But potential unintended consequences that we're putting on folks because of how we're limiting food supplies in the state of Minnesota, we don't need to do that. Agriculture, the old-fashioned way, is labor-intensive. We've gotten way away from that. Agriculture today concentrates wealth at the top. We need to educate any and all who will listen to take care of themselves. How many times have we said this with regard to several of these issues? And health. Absolutely. Thank you for paying attention. We need to educate people. Most folks don't even know where their food comes. It comes from the grocery store. They have no idea. It comes from the grocery store, they'll tell you. At least half of them. They don't know what the nutrition components may be. We label things. We probably over-label things. But we need folks to eat well, to exercise, try and keep themselves healthy. That's the crux of what this amendment is about. The freedom to purchase milk, raw milk, to have it delivered to their domicile so that they can purchase that milk, especially for those who cannot make the trip to a farm. There's no farms right in the middle of Minneapolis or St. Paul. There's zoning ordinances against that. So I'm not going to belabor this, but I would ask you to support this, and we'll stand for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson S.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for the opportunity to speak to this issue. This raw milk issue is something that I feel very passionately about. Many of you probably don't know that I grew up on a farm, a dairy farm in Greater Minnesota. I'm the youngest of 13 kids, and I drank raw milk every day that I lived on the farm, as did all of my siblings, my parents. When my brothers took over the dairy operation from my dad, they continued the same tradition. Their children drank raw milk. They themselves continued to drink raw milk. And with all of those individuals, and during all of that time, none of us got ill from raw milk. I felt that I lived a very healthy life. I actually now, when I think about my fitness now, and I think of the high fat content of drinking raw milk, it kind of scares me actually a little bit. But when it comes to this issue, I think it is about freedom. It's a freedom of people being able to choose the food that they want to choose to consume. And I know that raw milk does possess some potential for illness for some folks, but that's a choice that individuals get to make and should be able to make. I had people, when I introduced this legislation, come up to me and say, you know, this is great, because this isn't just about freedom, too. This is about an issue of folks that choose to use raw milk to make their own cheeses and yogurt, something that you can't do with the milk that you buy in the grocery store. I also had individuals come to me concerned about health, and that they view raw milk as a means for them to be able to improve their health. We had that testimony in the Ag Committee too, and it was very moving for the individuals. We had one college student. She was struck with an illness in, I think it was her sophomore year, so debilitating that she couldn't move. She started drinking raw milk, and it helped her. Now, you may not believe that. Maybe that's not your position. But at the end of the day, all of those issues aside, this is about freedom and allowing the opportunity for folks to decide to consume raw milk. And I just ask for your support for this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call, please.
Representative Anderson requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from Norman, Representative Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I grew up on a farm as well, still live on that farm. And my brother, he milked cows, and I drank raw milk when I was growing up as well. And when I first heard of this issue, I had similar sentiments and thoughts. You know, why not? I turned out just fine. And my family turned out fine. We didn't have any ill effects that we were aware of from drinking the raw milk. But things have changed. Times have changed. And I was made aware of some of the pathogens and the dangerous bacteria and viruses that have emerged that are much more dangerous than what we faced in earlier years. And I think that's something that we need to take into consideration here as well. And I do think it's important to note that people do still have the freedom to drink raw milk. It's just that they have to go to the place where it's being produced, which I don't think is a bad idea, so that they can actually see the facilities and see if it's a clean facilities, if it's a facilities that's run well. Once you allow people to take the milk off the farm and to sell it elsewhere, people will no longer be able to have that connection to see the cleanliness of the facilities, for instance, that's producing that milk. And I think that, you know, our government does have a responsibility to protect our citizens from things that are being sold commercially to ensure that they're safe. And I do think that this is one of the things that we do have a very important responsibility to do, especially when we're talking about children, to ensure that they're being provided with safe food. I think that we need to protect the integrity of our food supply here. And I know that the Milk Producers Association is opposed to allowing the raw milk to be sold off of the premises, partly because they're concerned about the image that milk has in their industry. It's got a good image of being a healthy drink that our children should be drinking, and it is a good, healthy food product. But if there's problems that occur because of raw milk being sold off the premises, I think that could jeopardize the to a certain extent, jeopardize the image that milk has had as being a safe, healthy product, and we certainly don't want to do that. I think that it's important to note that as far as the issue of whether raw milk is healthier or not, there have been no significant differences for the major nutritional components such as proteins and carbohydrates and vitamins in milk that has been pasteurized as opposed to raw milk. Again, for those reasons, I would encourage a no vote on this, and hope that again that we maintain the integrity of our food supply here in our great state. Again, there is still the freedom to consume raw milk. It's just that you have to go to those facilities and the premises upon which it's being produced.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson P.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Eakin, I fully agree with your words. This is a safety issue. I get it about the issues of personal freedom and such, but in this case, safety that we have to provide to our constituents is the bottom line. In May of this past year, 8 people were sickened, including one 2-year-old boy who suffered, I believe, some permanent renal failure and very serious situations. That was in May. Another incident occurred in October. 7 more people were sickened, and the likelihood is that it was caused by raw milk. And we need to maintain the safety of our food system. We need to maintain the integrity of milk as a safe, wholesome food for our people. And because of that, we need to make sure that the product is safe. And just a correction from some testimony that we heard earlier, raw milk still falls under the Federal Food Code and also the Federal Pasteurized Milk Ordinance. So there is some regulation at the federal level on what may be done with raw milk. So again, this is a safety issue, and I would encourage a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion, the member from Stearns, Representative Gottwald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I don't want to add a whole lot to what Representative Eakin and Representative Anderson said. But, you know, this is an important issue. I was going to ask the author of the amendment to yield, to ask if he's had a chance to talk with the Departments of Health or the Department of Ag to see if they support it. I know they don't. They have a lot of concerns about raw milk. And again, I would agree. It's not I understand the libertarian bent around this and kind of agree with that. But this is not like other things that you buy at a farmer's market where if you wash it carefully and consume it, you're going to be okay. I mean, contaminated milk can, as Representative Anderson pointed out, cause some very serious problems. And so, you know, for all of the reasons that have been mentioned, you know, from a perspective of health, public safety, we need to make darn sure that this doesn't happen, that it doesn't damage the image of our healthy milk supply. And so, members, I would encourage a red vote. Representative Purcell's, I respect what you're doing and what you're bringing forward, but I don't think this is a good idea.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Huntley.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we just heard that a 2-year-old child was severely injured by drinking this. And there's been a lot of talk about personal freedom, but you don't have personal freedom to abuse your child, which is what happened in that case. And I think the parents of that child were guilty of child abuse and should be prosecuted for it. Having said that and going into a slightly different tone, I heard this amendment was coming up, so I called Louis Pasteur in France, in Dole, France today, and I could not, he was taking his afternoon nap, so I couldn't talk to him, but I did talk to his great-granddaughter, and she urged that we vote no on this amendment. And some of you may know that Louis Pasteur, when he was a little bit younger, invented pasteurization in 1862, which has certainly been estimated to save tens of millions of lives since that invention. I don't think we ought to go back to the way it was. I think people need to use safe food for their families, and therefore I urge that you follow Louis Pasteur's advice and vote no.
The member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't fully agree with my friend from Duluth, and I would simply note that it is legal to drink raw milk in Minnesota right now. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to raise a complicating factor. There is federal law that we conform with under 31.101 of Minnesota statutes, and this amendment won't get us past that problem. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge members to consider that this really should go through the committee process where we can talk about the federal regulations, how the federal regulations interact with the state regulations. We can have a full discussion about the health and safety benefits and concerns. We should not be doing this on the House floor, and this amendment doesn't take care of all the federal issues.
The member from McLeod, Representative Szymanski.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the members of the committee, I'm probably one of the handful of members here who have spent a few years on the production end of a cow. Done a lot of milking over my years. And I can assure you that the dairy farmers are producing the purest, safest product that they can, whether it be in a pipeline milking system or milking in buckets, whatever. But 99.9% of the time that product comes out clean and sanitary with no contamination from the cow itself. But working with a 1,500-pound animal, whether it be a dairy cow or a 150-pound dairy goat, sometimes things go wrong. You get a milker kicked off, you get a foot in a bucket, anything can happen in that dairy process. And my grandchildren are being raised on raw milk. They are healthy, they are happy, they are excited to drink raw milk, but they know where their milk is coming from, and they enjoy it. Today, I'm really torn on this issue. I appreciate the fact that it's a freedom of choice issue, and being able to pick out your dairy products, whether it be in the grocery store shelf or at the farm, or somewhere in between. Also being in the farmer's market system, I realize the consumer and the relationship that they have with the producer is very important. And I agree with Representative Morrow that this issue is, it's a good, valid issue to talk about. There are good arguments on both sides, but I think it needs more work in the committee process to settle these questions before it goes further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Scott, Representative Biskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just find it amazing that we're sitting here even having this debate, that we're going to prevent free people from making decisions that they consciously it blows me away. All right, that here in Minnesota, in the United States of America, we need to make these decisions because otherwise they're going to make bad decisions and get sick. Right? And if somebody gets sick drinking raw milk, that's going to hurt the sale of pasteurized milk because the people of the state of Minnesota aren't smart enough to know that there's a difference. That just blows me away. I would think if people got sick off of raw milk, it'd increase the sales of pasteurized milk because they wouldn't drink raw milk. Some of the arguments here on the House floor are just befuddling to me. And I know we had a representative here earlier today who was befuddled, and I want to share in her befuddlement. Right? Because to think that we were elected here in the state of Minnesota, in the United States of America, to decide on the floor of the House of Representatives whether or not people are smart enough to make decisions on whether or not to drink pasteurized or raw milk, I am totally befuddled.
Discussion. The member from Beltrami, Representative Purcell, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you all for participating in a brief but good discussion. Just a couple of points that I want to make. I appreciate everybody's perspective. I really do. And, as Representative Huntley said, our children get exposed to a lot of things, and one of the more dangerous things we do with our children and grandchildren 5 days a week is send them to school. They get sick in school, far greater percentage than they do anywhere else. Not to belittle that there can be dangers with drinking raw milk, because I really believe that it could be. And I know that Representative Gottwald's not sitting there. I know that Department of Agriculture doesn't support this amendment. I know they don't. And I want to continue to work with the folks involved here to ensure that people who can't get out to a farm to get raw milk, and they want it and they think it's good for them, that they have a way to do it. That's the goal here. They're supposed to be able to do that. They're supposed to be able to do that. But we need to make sure it's safe. And I'm going to one final thing here. One of the reasons that this raw milk isn't as safe as it could be, we all talk about E. coli. We've used so much antibiotics in our food supply in making these critters and growing milk, growing critters and everything. We've got new superbugs. That's what the problem is. It's not the good old-fashioned fecal coliforms and E. coli. That's a huge array of bacteria, a huge array. There's thousands of them, thousands of different kinds. It's the superbugs we've created by using antibiotics in agriculture. That's a point that needs to be made. That's the one that's problematic for everybody. Ask the Department of Agriculture, ask the Department of Health, ask the University of Minnesota. That's what they'll tell you. It's the superbugs that we've created by the way we do things. With that, Mr. Speaker, and the good discussion, I'd like to withdraw my amendment.
Representative Purcell withdraws the A23 amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the vote whereby the Con amendment coded RA-12-388 to House File 2398, the third engrossment as amended, now be reconsidered.
Representative Garofalo moves that the vote whereby the Con amendment to House File 2398, third engrossment, the RA-12-388 amendment, be now reconsidered.
Mr. Speaker, I would have pressed a roll call on it.
Representative Garofalo requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And members, this is not with regards to the content of the amendment. I did vote on the prevailing side of it. Just to be clear, on second reflection, we should take a look at this. This is something that really should be going through the committee process. Again, has nothing to do with the content of the matter, but I would urge a yes vote on the reconsideration of the amendment.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, I would urge a no vote on the motion for reconsideration. We had, as I said, we've had some long discussion about this in the past. We have strongly passed resolutions, House resolutions, and a House and Senate combined resolution as a bill. Again, all this is to say that the governor and the commissioner of agriculture should just go and have a discussion on with the federal government on why we should do this. This is again supported. I don't want to pull my letters of. This has been supported by the agricultural groups in Minnesota. It's been supported by educational groups, including the University of Minnesota and St. Thomas. I think we've decided it, and I don't think we have to re-decide it again. So I just urge a no vote on reconsideration so that we don't have to prolong this and have a really long discussion again about why. Hey guys, the Pope just went to Cuba. Why can't we go to Cuba too? So just vote no on the resolution.
Discussion. Roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll on the motion to reconsider. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 56 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will report the amendment.
Khan moves to amend House File 2398, the third engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded RA 12-388.
Calling the member from Hennepin, Representative Khan, to your amendment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, this is a very simple amendment. It is really something that's of great advantage. The biggest advantage to this amendment is the agricultural community in the state. And it's also of great advantage to the Cuban people to have more interaction with other people. You know, witness, for example, the Pope's visit to Cuba, which had the streets lined with people waiting to see him. In general, the people who have been there, and I know that there are certain senators that have been there. I'm not sure that there are other House members at this point who have been there, have discovered that there are a lot of things that we could learn from Cuba. We could learn something about their medical care. We could learn something about their community health programs. We've had, there are medical students from here who have actually gone to Cuba to study medicine. But the major reason for putting it on the agriculture bill is the importance of our agricultural trade. And as I've pointed out, Governor Ventura at one point went to Cuba. We had Commissioner Hugeson went to Cuba at least once and was very positive about the increased trade that we could have once we got rid of the embargo. And again, it's not really a far left position, and we all would like to see more human rights, stronger attention to human rights in Cuba, and you get that by bringing them into the real community, not by isolating from the community. The Pope, when he was there, just there on this trip, called for the end to the embargo against Cuba, and I'm sure he's not doing it because of the concerns of Minnesota farmers. I'm sure he has more broader worldly concerns in place. So I would urge this amendment, if you read the amendment that's before us, it's hardly a dramatic amendment. It really only just calls for looking, again, urging to normalize trade with Cuba. Trade is the language of commerce. Trade is the language with which we deal with people, and in this case, trade is a really positive thing for Minnesota farmers. And we did. Remember, when I introduced this before, former Representative Svigum was the co-author of the bill. We passed it overwhelmingly in the House twice, and it had not been for a gubernatorial veto, which had nothing to do with the interests of Minnesota, I think had to do with his further national interests. We passed a resolution that's much stronger than the language in this. So I urge you to stand with me again and repass this, restart the discussions, and I guess your only excuse for voting no ought to be if you want to run for president, then you need to go out and get those votes in Florida, in the Miami area. And what is kind of interesting is that that's something that's going to be changing with time, because the younger Cubans in Miami, as opposed to the old ones who came over from the island, very much want us to end the embargo and very much want us to move to greater relations with Cuba and trade with Cuba, because they see the European countries moving in and having the kind of tourism relationships, starting the hotels, getting the things which Americans are stopped from doing. So I urge you, those of you who voted right the first time, I urge you to continue to vote right, and let's keep this amendment in the bill. And remember, all it does is keep it open for more discussion. The author will take it to conference committee. I'm sure he'll strongly defend it, but it just will be available for discussion in the session. So I urge you to vote yes on the amendment. This one you want a green vote.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, very briefly, I request a roll call.
Representative Garofalo requests a roll call on the amendment. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, very briefly, this is not to the content of the matter, but really to the committee process. We need to respect the committee process. This is an item important enough that we should not be adopting amendments ad hoc on the floor and should be working through the process. And again, I would ask members for a red vote on the account amendment. Thank you.
The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids. Member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I hope we have a recording of Representative Garofalo's last statement that we shouldn't be doing amendments on the floor, that should be going through the committee process. Members, we should just let this go forward and go to conference committee. We should support, you should not flip-flop on this one. You should stay with the vote that you had before. This, as Representative Khan has mentioned, has gone through the committee process before. Let's respect the process that we've moved through here, and not just because you're in the majority kind of overrun amendments brought by members of the minority. And if you are really convinced by Representative Garofalo's argument, let's apply that equally on both sides of the aisle and make sure we're not bringing forward any other substantive amendments from your side, which absolutely should be able to get through the committee process because you're in charge. In the future, I don't expect to see any substantive amendments coming from your side if this amendment goes down.
Mr. Speaker?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to actually move an oral change to the amendment, hoping it might make it a little easier for people
Representative
to
Khan,
vote
state
yes.
your oral amendment for the Chief Clerk.
I'd like on line 1.7, remove all and replace it with the word unnecessary.
The Chief Clerk will report the oral amendment.
Khan is modifying her amendment, the R388, page 1, line 7, delete all and insert unnecessary.
No. To the modified Khan amendment, discussion. The member from Pope, Representative Anderson P.
Mr. Speaker, I voted against this amendment the first time, and I would again urge members to vote against this amendment this time as well.
Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested on the modified amendment. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. Representative Kiffmeyer votes no. There being 49 ayes and 70 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Seeing no further amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2398 as amended.
Third reading, discussion of the bill. The member from Stearns, Representative Gottwald. Nope. Discussion of the bill. The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anderson, I'd ask if he would rise for a question.
Are you asking Representative Anderson to yield?
Yes, please.
He will yield. Representative Benson.
Representative Anderson, has the Minnesota Farm Bureau and Minnesota Farmers Union both had an opportunity to thoroughly vet the bill, and do they support it?
The member from Polk, Representative Anderson, P.
Representative Benson, I would say yes. They were in attendance at our committee meetings all through the session, and again, most of these items are administration initiatives. So I would say yes, they would be supportive of these.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Anderson, would you rise for another question? Would you yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Benson.
Yeah, Representative Anderson, can you be a little bit more definitive? I'm looking for, yes, they are supportive, or they're neutral, or they do not support.
Member from Polk, Representative Anderson.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Benson, there are a lot of, there's like 60 sections in this bill, and it's been vetted in committee and several committees. I guess I can't stand here and say that they support every one, but they have not voiced opposition to any. So again, I would say that it's my assumption that they are fully supportive of this bill, but I can't definitely say that on every single sentence or section that they're 100%. I hope that answers your question.
Discussion to the bill. Seeing the member from Polk, Representative Anderson P., the author of the bill, to your bill.
Again, thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. We've had a long discussion on the bill, some good discussion, good parts of the bill, and I would just encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill as amended. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 102 ayes and 20 nays, the bill is passed as amended. Its title is agreed to. The member from Stearns, Representative Gottwald.
Mr. Speaker, point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Mr. Speaker and members, I'd like you to give a warm welcome to a couple of great people from my district, Bert and Sherry Dubois.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announced the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House File 1923. O'Driscoll, Banyan, and Hosh.
Calendar of today. The first bill in the calendar of today is Senate File 2392. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2392, number 18 on the calendar for today, the second engrossment, an act relating to liquor.
Calling the member from Dakota, Representative Atkins, to explain your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd move to insert the House language, so we're working off the language that we want.
Representative Atkins moves the DE 2784 amendment. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Atkins moving to amend Senate File 2392, the second engrossment as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert the language of House File 2784, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 2784.
The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins, to the author's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is the so-called Omnibus liquor bill. It's been my privilege, I guess, to carry this bill now for the 6th year in a row. I want to thank Chairman Hoppe for looking to me to carry it yet again. Also, particularly people like Pat McCormick and Dan Dwight, who always do a great job with it. But also, there's several members that have contributed to it, either by having provisions in the bill or by having helped with certain provisions. Representatives Hoppe, Kiefer, Simon, Gunther, Lanning, Champion, Lilly, Rukavina, and Representative Doubt, as well as members of the Commerce Committee, all contributed to this product, either through provisions or through contributions. I should note, by the way, I feel like more of a steward relative to this bill than really a chief author. My goal is always to try to craft a non-controversial bill and just simply be the vessel that carries it and hopefully works its way through this body in a non-controversial fashion. We try to keep it non-controversial because there are so many members, Representative Gunther and Representative Hoppe, and so many members that have items for their own local communities in it, that if we make it too controversial and it takes the whole bill down, we generally try to avoid doing that. I'm going to go through the bill very rapidly, members, and then we'll be happy to stand for any questions you may have. Section 1 regards bulk wine. We addressed some concerns that were raised there. Allows for some blending of bulk wine by farm wineries. The second is just a clarification on farm wineries, that they actually have to be on farms. We've never actually said that in the statute. Everybody's assumed that to be the case, but we never explicitly stated it. The third is probably the one that's got the most attention. It's a compromise that's been worked out between some legislative members and the University of Minnesota to provide for the sale of and provision of alcohol at TCF Stadium. Fourth provision deals with, this is Representative Hoppe, Chairman Hoppe's provision regarding wine festivals and providing a certain amount of wine to in an off-sale fashion. Fifth provision regards wine educators. It's Representative Kiefer's bill. Sixth section is exclusive liquor stores. Representative Simon's bill that would provide for the sale of clothing by liquor stores. He's got a constituent that would like to sell T-shirts. Section 7 regarding tastings. Also Representative Simon's bill that would allow liquor stores to conduct classes for a fee and allow tastings. Section 8 is Winnebago exemption. That's Representative Gunther's provision for an out-of-state craft brewer to be at a particular festival just across the border in Minnesota here. Section 9 is an on-sale license authorized. This is Representative Lanning's bill to be issued for the Blue Stem Center for the Arts in Moorhead, Minnesota. Section 10 is a special provision. Representative Champion had a constituent during the tornado that took out a family-owned, many-generation store that's in the process of now being rebuilt if this passes. 11 is just expiration for the provision regarding the TCF Stadium compromise that's been worked out. If it doesn't go well, it comes back here July 1 of 2014 to make sure that it went fine. And item 12 is just a technical reviser's amendment. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to stand for any questions people may have. I see that we also have an amendment at our desk. So,
and before we take the amendment, we do have to vote on the DE amendment to put the bill in the shape that the author would like. All those in favor of the author's amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Thank you, sir.
Drazkowski and others moving to amend Senate File 2392, the second engrossment as amended as follows. The amendment is coded A14.
Calling the member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have the amendment reflect the Senate file. I don't know. I'm looking for your advice, Mr. Speaker, on how to accomplish that.
The amendment is the front desk and the chief clerk have fixed the amendment to reflect the request. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, we have in Minnesota a prohibition on the ability of liquor stores to sell liquor on Sundays. This is most pronounced certainly and pronounced throughout the state, but most pronounced around our border areas of the state, an area that I represent where our Minnesota businesses are prohibited from selling liquor on Sundays. And so what we're having happen is we are seeing our commerce in Minnesota exported to states like Wisconsin, the Dakotas, and Iowa. And so what this amendment would do is allow for Sunday liquor sales, allow the business the freedom to decide when they are going to be in business and when they are not, rather than being dictated by state law that happens to prohibit them from one day during the week and put our businesses at a competitive disadvantage. I encourage you to support the amendment.
The member from Washington, Representative Creasel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know that liquor stores are against Sunday liquor sales. We've all heard this. But during the debate last week, I heard from my friends on the other side of the aisle that businesses don't drive the economy, consumers do. And all of the consumers, or a good majority of them that I've spoken with, want Sunday liquor sales. We're all adults, okay? We should have the right to choose what we're purchasing and not have it on one certain day that we can't do it, okay? This is something that people in my district want to pass. I represent part of a county that borders Wisconsin. There is a lot of business that leaves the state. And what is the reason right now? Does anybody know why we prohibit Sunday liquor sales? It seems like the only answer I can get is that it's just been that way forever. When has that stopped us in the past from making changes? It's 2012, members. It's about time that our laws reflect that. I would ask for a green vote on this.
Member from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've not had a single liquor store owner in my district say that they like this idea. In fact, that they're emphatic that we don't. And that's all I'm going to say on that issue. Other than, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Representative Benson has requested roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Discussion to the amendment. The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebeling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I support this as well. And of course, the liquor store owners aren't telling us they support it. What industry wouldn't love to have state law come in and say, you get a day when you don't have to worry about your competitors being open, you can just close, and you can all close, it's industry-wide, and you don't have to worry about competition on that day. And that's what this does. That's what current law does. So naturally, they don't want to remove this provision. And, you know, who wouldn't? But, you know, this is really about the consumer. The consumer should be able to buy this product when there's a willing seller and a willing buyer. This is a legal product. And I really think that to not allow that is really unfair to the consumer. And I do understand that the business owners don't like it, but gee, we don't do this to other industries with one exception, which we should be changing as well, in my view. But you know, say the clothing store owners come to you and say, gee, let's have a day when you can't sell clothing in the state of Minnesota. What would you say to that? What if somebody came and said, you know, you shouldn't be able to buy shoes in the state of Minnesota on Sunday? You'd say, well, that's absurd. Well, it's equally absurd to ban liquor sales. And it isn't stopping people from buying liquor. As was said, some of them are just, if you have a car, if you live near the border, you just drive across the border. So on those Sundays, we are losing that tax revenue in the state of Minnesota. And I just think it's unfair. It treats people like children. The consumer ought to be able to have a choice. Thank you, members.
The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, as I said earlier, I try to just be the chief steward rather than the chief author of this bill. There are so many members' provisions that are in this bill that I do the best that we can to avoid controversial items going into it. If there are controversial liquor bills, we generally ask that they travel on their own. And we've had success doing that in the past. As you think about how you're going to vote on this, regardless of whether you're pro-Sunday sales or anti-Sunday sales, my point would be, if you are thinking about the Representative Gunthers and Kiefers and Simons and the others who have provisions in this, Representative Champion who has a provision to rebuild a long multi-generation store in Minneapolis, then putting a controversial item in it that we don't know what the Senate will do with it and so forth, just give some pause. think about that issue before you vote would be point number one. Point number two is to answer Representative Creasel's question about why is there opposition. The reason there's opposition is because, and I think it's been Representative Hoppe, Chairman Hoppe, maybe 3 years since this bill was last heard. That would be another point for perhaps opposing it, is that we ought to give it a hearing. Like Representative Garofalo said on the last bill, this is a pretty important issue and maybe we ought to hold a hearing on it. But the last time we held a hearing on it, we had a lot of, it wasn't the big liquor stores that came in, it was a lot of the small ones. The moms and pops that were coming in and were telling us that all you're going to do is simply take 6 days of revenue and spread it now over 7 days. You were actually going to cause them financial harm because they were going to have all those costs associated with being open a 7th day, but they didn't expect to see any additional revenues. I don't know if you buy that argument or not. I'm just trying my best to remember what the arguments were, Representative Creasel, from 3 years ago. And I'd suggest that if you're concerned about this, put the bill in, introduce it as legislation. Representative Drazkowski, you're probably going to have an opportunity to do that. Representative Creasel, maybe not with your retirement, but I think that's the best way to go, and then see what the testimony is on each side. But my main point is try not to take a non-controversial bill and turn it into a very controversial one at the risk of harming some other members' provisions in the bill. Thank you, members.
Member from Clay, Representative Lanning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is my 5th term here, and we have voted on this a number of times before, and it's been defeated, and I urge it to be defeated again today. In spite of the fact that I voted against this amendment in the past, I don't recall anybody complaining to me from my constituency. In fact, I have not had any of my citizens, to my recollection here for a long time, even raise the question as to why we can't buy alcohol on Sundays when people in North Dakota can. It has not been an issue. With respect to the businesses, I've heard from them, many of them, that say don't do this. They don't want us to do it. They believe that their costs are going to go up to cover that additional day, and the number of sales, the amount of sales are not going to change appreciably. So, members, I urge a no vote.
The member from Martin, Representative Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the idea of the businesses don't want to have it, and most liquor stores in the metro area are small, independently family-owned businesses. They do need a day off also, but I want you to think of the families. You know, if some father, uncle, brother wants to drink, and they want to drink bad enough, they can go to Saturday and buy their liquor and drink it at home with their family. They can sit there and they can have more time with their family. Now, my dad drank too much. Was he an alcoholic? Probably. My brother probably was an alcoholic. My uncle, my grandfather. I don't think they ever spent a Sunday drinking. They spent the Sunday with their family. Because they worked hard all week long, they had one day with the family. And that's because they didn't sell liquor in either Iowa or Minnesota. So I urge you not to support this, because let the families have a day together.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and to my good friend from Rochester. If the law said that I couldn't buy shoes on Sunday, I just buy them on Saturday.
The gentleman from Cass, Representative Howes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'll dust off the speech I did last time we had this. I'll make it a little shorter. Representative Gunther touched on it. But if folks can't plan ahead on Friday and Saturday for the party or for the football game and have enough liquor there to drink on Saturday and Sunday, then maybe they shouldn't be drinking.
Gentleman from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Atkins mentioned Ma and Pa's liquor establishments. Well, members, I've heard from, as Representative Lanning talked about, my municipal liquor-owned stores, city-owned liquor stores, and they see this as a financial burden to them, thereby lowering the profit margins that they would have, in their whole operation. And we know that our cities are strapped enough already with revenue. So speaking on behalf of the city-owned municipal liquor stores as well, they're opposed to this as well. So members, please vote no on this.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lanning, you are absolutely right. I also am a border town. There's nobody crying to have Sunday sales, and we're not losing any business. I have a couple of liquor stores just a few blocks from my home, and they're doing just fine, and they don't want the additional expense. And I hear the argument, well, they don't have to be open. Well, if your competitor down the street is open, you got to be open, and it's an additional expense. And for the argument of shoes and clothes, I believe there were some blue laws about that years ago. But Representative Levy, I love you dearly, but let's compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges and not shoes to liquor. So I would urge no vote.
The lady from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had a lot of love on the floor today. Thank you, Representative Gauthier. But members, when I said that we shouldn't treat consumers like children, I was actually anticipating Representative Howe's comment, if you can't plan ahead. I was thinking of that all year, Representative Howe, especially there was a day, some of us don't think about liquor all that much. For some of us, it's not like the biggest thing on our agenda. Just once in a while, maybe we've got somebody coming over, we decide we need a bottle of wine, we don't keep a lot around the house. Uh-oh, it's Sunday, can't get any. I think that's pretty insulting to consumers, and that actually happened to me during the year one time when I thought, I need to run out and I'm making dinner, somebody's coming over, I need to get a bottle of wine, whoops, it's Sunday. So I think that's a really silly argument, kind of an insulting one as well. Sure, people all want to have a day off, but they can choose to close. And the fact that their competitor might be open, well, that's the free market, members. You're always talking about that on your side of the aisle at least. It's the free market. That's the tough thing. Being in business, it's not a cakewalk. There's some trade-offs you make. And, restaurants do this too, small restaurants. Some of them close on Mondays. You pick the day when you think you're going to get the least business and you close. People do this in other industries. There's no reason why we should give them this kind of protection in the liquor industry. And I think the reason you don't hear so much from consumers is that people aren't thinking about this all the time, but they do think about it when they go to buy something and, state says I can't. Representative Gunther, we all know that liquor is a problem. There's no question about that. But to say let's close the liquor stores on Sunday to give people a day with their family, prohibition didn't work in this country. To me, that's a kind of social engineering, and maybe it'll work for one family, but I think the people who feel like they got to have liquor, those are the ones who are going to be buying it on Saturday to make sure they've got the good supply. I don't think you're really protecting anybody, Representative Gunther. And there are problems with liquor, and we have other ways to get at that, but I don't think that protecting people from having to be open, in quotes, be open on Sunday is the way to do it.
The gentleman from Wright, Representative Anderson B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we have voted on this many times, and I've gone to my city councils and those who have municipal liquor stores, asked them, the city councils, I've talked to municipal liquor store managers, and they feel that by adding this extra day in, just as many of it mentioned, it adds extra expense, and it doesn't bring in the extra revenue that they think that it's going to come in with. So I listen to my people back home. I hear what they have to say. I appreciate a red vote on this amendment.
Gentleman from Washington, Representative Creasel. Gentleman from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in opposition to this as well. The folks in Wright County, particularly the city of Delano as well, our municipal liquor store, have urged me to vote no on this amendment. It's a net loser usually. But I think more importantly, one of the reasons I would say no is because of this photograph here. It's of myself and my two kids that were here on Monday. And they're going to say, well, Dad, why is automobile places and liquor stores closed on Sunday? Well, see, it reckons back to the day where lawmakers and people valued Sunday. It was church day. It was family day. You couldn't just go out and buy, spend. Stay home with your families. Go to church and value family time. We're such intoxicated consumers that we always have to buy and everything has to be open. How about close the doors once in a while and spend time with the family? So I just think that the blue laws, although some think it's ridiculous, I think it's a part of Americana that personally I think each and every one of us want to get back to, the good old days. So I encourage you to vote no on Sunday liquor sales.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just don't get it. I mean, we talk about tourism and we want to have tourism, and if you go up in Representative Howe's district, in my district, Representative Purcell, many of them, you don't have, I mean, we've got a municipal liquor store in my town in Orr. That council's not going to open that liquor store because it's got Sunday liquor sale authority. They're going to say, we're not going to be open. Why would we be open? But then up the road 25 miles, up at Ash River, and up at Captogama, they've got resort customers that are out on the lake, and they've used all their liquor. They did whatever they did at their cabins and so on, and the next morning they want to buy a case of beer. So they go to the off sale that's in a gas station today, and they say, what's wrong with this state? Why can't we get a beer? I mean, why would we come to this state if you can't get a beer? So, I mean, everybody can howl about, I mean, I know a little bit about competition. Get in the airline business. You know, that's about competition, $49 each way. But when you can't make money at $49 each way, you leave the plane parked at the terminal. So if all these liquor stores want to cry about the fact that we're going to lose money and we're not going to make all this, I mean, give me a break. I mean, we got to be able to buy a beer in Minnesota. And if you want to have a family and you want to go to church like we do, and you want to have family day and all that stuff, and I appreciate your thoughts on this, then do so. That's your personal right. You don't have to go down just because the liquor store is open and buy a beer. But if you need to, you should be able to. I mean, you can go down and buy toilet paper. Why do we put in this that you can't buy toilet paper on Sunday? So anyway, I mean, this doesn't make sense to debate this year after year after year. Now, personally, I don't drink. I don't buy liquor at any liquor store. But I don't think that we should have it so that you can't buy it, at least for the non-residents. I mean, they come up here, they want to spend their money, they buy fishing licenses, they go to resorts, and then it's a dry country on Sunday. Go back to prohibition.
Discussion. Gentleman from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, members, the borders are a real issue. I've heard somebody say that it's not. Representative Gauthier, you know, you have to go over into the other state at the gas stations and the liquor stores on that side in order to see the commerce traffic that's over there. You're not going to find it looking in Duluth or Winona or Wabasha or Red Wing. You go across the river and you will see them piling up there at those locations on Sunday. We are exporting our commerce. The fiscal note on this thing, I think, was somewhere around $10 million. If you take $10 million and divide it by 0.06875, you come up with about $145 million in sales that we are foregoing. I've seen another estimate of $200 million in commerce that we are foregoing exporting to other states because we've got prohibition on commerce on something that Minnesotans buy. Now, folks, if you have something against liquor, you know, bring the amendment forward to outlaw it. That would be a more compelling argument. If it's legal on 6 days, why isn't it legal on 7 days? And members, if you and Representative McDonald, and we had the discussion earlier, and you know, we should reserve Sundays for family time. I think we all agree with that. But to suggest that we shouldn't be able to buy beer and liquor on Sundays, well, you know, that'd be like saying we can't buy bread on Sundays, or maybe we should be outlawed from watching the Vikings and going to the Viking games on Sundays. I mean, it would be just as ludicrous to say that. Let's give people the freedom to do what they need to do in this state. Let's give businesses the freedom to operate on Sundays. Some businesses may decide to be closed on Saturday, or they may want to be closed on Wednesday. Wouldn't that be a novel idea for businesses to be able to stagger their particular operation and set their business model to fit their surrounding circumstances? Members, I encourage your support of the amendment.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Mr. Speaker, would the cheapskate from Crane Lake yield for a question?
The fine gentleman from St. Louis will yield.
Well, Representative Dill, have you ever bought any of the other members of the range delegation a beer on Monday? Or Tuesday? Or Wednesday? Perhaps Thursday, Friday, or Saturday? I can't remember. So at least on Sunday, you get to have an excuse for not buying us a beer.
The gentleman does not yield. Discussion? Clerk will take the roll on the A14 amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 25 ayes and 97 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Creasel and others move to amend Senate File 2392 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 396.
The gentleman from Washington, Representative Creasel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Boy, this is frustrating. I get asked quite a bit by a lot of people, okay? Maybe it sounds like you guys haven't. Maybe I just hang around with a different breed than you guys do. I had a lot of people come up, why don't we have Sunday liquor sales? Again, I don't know. And I'm learning here that, this thing got destroyed. There's strong bipartisan support against it, and I don't get it. I don't get it. The message here, again, and it's from both parties right now. Government knows what's right for you. Government knows more than you do. Okay, and I heard last week from people on the other side of the aisle that it wasn't business that drove the economy. It's consumers. Yet they voted against consumers. My friends on this side voted against consumers too. This is incredibly frustrating, so we're going to try this again. This amendment allows Sunday liquor sales in a county that borders any of the states or Canada. Okay? I don't get it. Did you guys watch the Vikings last year? 3-13. I think liquor is something that could maybe ease the pain this year. So I'm going to sit down. We've had this debate long enough, and hopefully we can get more than 25. Roll call, please, Mr. Speaker. Sorry.
Roll call has been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Gentleman from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I don't mean to discourage anyone else from speaking on this. I feel compelled to as the chief author. My sense is that most of the arguments will remain the same. Perhaps we can abbreviate the debate a little bit. I think the points are really the same. you're taking a potentially or hopefully non-controversial bill and turning it into a highly controversial one. I need not do anything more than just point at the last vote total to demonstrate to you just how controversial this topic is. People feel strongly on each side of the issue. For the sake of your fellow authors in the bill, I'd prefer that it not become a controversial bill. Also, notably, this is one that has never had a hearing. For the same points we made on the last one, we'd certainly want to have, for example, the folks in Myhra might drive to Pine City, the people in Cambridge would go to North Branch, Keewatin would go to Hibbing. You've got any number of communities. If you're in Hennepin County, Ramsey County, Carver County, Scott County, you'd now go one county over into Dakota County or Washington County, which border Wisconsin by just a smidge. There's a lot of issues that come up with respect to it, and I suspect that many of the liquor store owners, some would be benefited, some would be hurt. It's certainly the kind of thing when you're talking about a person's livelihood that you ought to give them an opportunity to be heard. And that, I think it speaks for itself. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that people have about it, but otherwise, hopefully we can abbreviate the discussion a little bit.
Discussion. Clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 22 ayes and 97 nays, Representative Eakin. There being Bills votes no. Leidiger votes no. Eakin changes from yes to no. There being 21 ayes and 99 nays, the motion is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Khan and others moving to amend House File 2784, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A12.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Mr. Chairman and members of the body, Mr. Speaker, when we keep hearing that things should go through the committee process, one of the problems is you put a bill in, it has a really early number, and it never gets to go through the committee process, and so our legislature gives us another way of doing things. This bill, and I do have and I did modify my first version of the bill to bring it in line with what was suggested by the chairman of the Commerce Committee, Representative Hoppe, whom you note is a co-author of the bill. What this bill does is allow a special exemption for on-sale liquor only for persons aged 19 to 20. What this does is starts to bring things back to a little bit more reality, which will allow persons who are 19 years of age and less than 21 years of age to drink only at on-sale locations. What the purpose of this amendment is to get rid of the whole sense of binge drinking, to get rid of the sense that this is this thing that's held out as something that people wait to get to be 21 and then overdrink. When I went to college, we didn't have binge drinking problems. People maybe got smashed once in a while, but they did it once and then learned how to drink well before they graduated. And what this does, and one of the questions that's raised about this is, will this jeopardize our federal funds? And that was one of the coercions. All of you who are worried about the coerciveness of the federal government, why don't you look at the coerciveness of the federal government, who made us all change our drinking age from 18 to 21. But if you note in the last section of this bill is that this is a different approach. This doesn't allow the high school student, the older person older than a high school student, to go in and bring lots of liquor home for a big party. What this means is that people drink in public. They're affected by drunken driving laws. They're affected by dram shop regulations. They're affected by social pressure of people around them. And we specifically reference that it doesn't take effect until we've looked at the fact that this would be acceptable to the guardians of the federal transportation funds. I had a terrific term paper that was sent to me by a student who talked about going to a European program which had American students and European programs. It was in Germany, and on the first day of the first week of the program, and they went out to eat and went out to drink the way Europeans do. All the Americans got smashed, and all the European students who were used to drinking in public and at all times just drank reasonably. By the end of the program, actually the Americans had learned to go out and have a social occasion without getting drunk. Now, I continually pride myself on being the legislator with the wettest voting record combined with the driest lifestyle. And I assure you, the way you move people away from the problems of alcoholism and the problems of binge drinking is to allow them to drink in public and to with the constraints that we have around that. So there was a report, there was a letter that was circulated, signed by about 60 college presidents, looking at what our 21-year-old drinking age had to do with binge drinking.
Discussion. Gentleman from Carver, Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Kahn, I did sign on to this amendment. I think it's an interesting discussion. If I had life to do over again, we would have had this included in a committee hearing earlier this year. When I was coming of age, when I turned 19, that was the legal age to drink. I did not like the fact that the federal government withheld transportation funds and forced us and every state to change the drinking age to 21. I think Representative Kahn made a lot of good arguments in favor of this. I think there are a lot of reasons that we should be considering this as a body. But yielding to what Representative Atkins said earlier, I don't know that we want to put something in this year's omnibus liquor bill that's going to make it confrontation or controversial and cause us greater problems. And Representative Kahn, I don't know if I'm going to be back here next year. If I am back, I don't know if I'll be the chair of the Commerce Committee. But if I am back here next year, whether the chair or not, I will advocate that we have a hearing on this issue, because I think it is something that all of us should talk about. I don't know that we want to vote for it today. I do like the idea behind it. But yielding again to what Representative Atkins said, I think it makes the bill, the non-controversial or mostly non-controversial omnibus bill, definitely controversial and would give us problems with our friends in the Senate and cause us all kinds of other problems. So I think it's been a good discussion. Representative Khan, I do appreciate you bringing the amendment. I don't know that we want to support it at this time.
Discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative Khan, when I turned 18, it was legal to drink. And let me tell you something, 30 years in drug treatment. People know how to drink well before 18 or 19 years old. Because I've had countless of kids at 13 years old binge drinking. So making it legal is not going to do one darn thing to teach them how to drink. We have a social problem in this country, and the social problem is this. The social norm is when you drink, you get drunk. And that's the difference between us and European countries, that we have social norms that make it okay to get drunk. And regardless of what the law says, there's a norm out there that says you get drunk. It's okay. We tolerate that. It's not tolerated in European countries. That's why they drink socially responsible. This will do nothing to stop binge drinking on campuses. Not one thing. Because people are binging all the time. And it's not maybe a society thing, but it's their social norm. And those are the things that we need to be addressing, not about whether 18 or 19. Because personally, I would support 18-year-olds the right to drink. If they can march off to war, they can drink. And if they can vote, they can drink. But let's not say we're going to teach people how to drink, because that's just not true.
Gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Well, maybe the discussion needs to be next year, Representative Hoppe, or whenever, but the discussion never happens. And I've had bills in, I think, since Jesse Ventura was governor, thinking he'd be on my side, but he wasn't. But when I introduced those bills, I got calls from all over, and from a lot of college administrators, Representative Khan, you're right, saying we didn't have a problem when the drinking age was 18 or we raised it to 19. And Representative Gauthier, you're right. If people can go off to war, if they can get married at 18, if they can smoke at 18, if they can borrow money from the banks at 18, they can gamble at 18, whatever, they should be able to have alcohol and not be fined. And we have all kinds. I don't know what your court systems are like, but ours up north have a lot of underage drinkers, 18 to 21, who never, when we were kids, were in the court system. But today, because of where's our local cop on this beat here? He's Cornish, he's gone. But because of the police state we've started, now we got all these kids that can't even, some of them, we had to change the laws for the military because to allow them in. But people can't get truck driving jobs, they can't work in the mines anymore because they've got all these things from when they were in the old days, legally able to drink. No, Representative Khan, it's a good amendment. I don't know if it's the right place to bring it up today, but I'm going to support you on it because the discussion needs to be made.
Gentleman from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, you take a non-controversial bill and turn it into a highly controversial bill if you add this provision. There's also one point that hasn't been made, and that is my understanding is that the governor of New Jersey is pressing for this now, and if he succeeds there, that they intend to press against the federal government. And I believe, Representative Khan, I think I speak for a lot of people, we don't like having the federal government withhold transportation funds based on whether or not a state does or does not do something. But I think Representative Hoppe hit it on the head. This would be it's an excellent opportunity to see what happens in New Jersey. If we are able to hear the bill next year, we'll know what the outcome of that was and be able to have a good, thoughtful discussion about what whether it makes sense to move forward or not. Thank you.
Lady from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and members, I urge everyone to read the last section of the bill. The bill does not become effective unless the federal government has okayed that non-loss of the transportation funds. Remind you again, I'm in this weird company today. The governor of New Jersey, the state I lived in before I moved here actually, is a Republican. He is the one who is standing firm against the federal government banging its head on it. Let me also talk to you about one of the, and some students had actually come to me with another proposed amendment, which I just ran out of time to do, a concept of medical amnesty. Let me talk, because of our drinking law rules, because people are afraid of being caught for underage drinking. People have died because of that. There's a case, again, in my folder that's back in my office, of a student who was acting really strangely, had been over drinking at a party, and nobody dared call 911 because they thought they'd all get hit for underage drinking. And that kid died. And he's not the only place where that's happened in the country. Now, there are other states who have this other issue, which I'm not prepared to bring up today, which we should all have called medical amnesty, which is if you call the police in an effort, call 911 in an effort to save someone's life, you are not, do not come into problems because you might be breaking the law. But let's pass this now, continue the discussion into conference committee. Representative Hoppe will probably be on it. I trust him to carry it through. So I urge a yes vote on this. And Representative Atkins, you know how fast something can be dropped in conference committee if people don't want it. But I think we should continue the discussion with this and let people get a chance to vote on it.
Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. Motion does not prevail. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Khan moving to amend House File 2784, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is, no. Khan is moving to amend Senate File 2392. The third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A13.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
You better change all three of those.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, this is again another small attempt, continually backing off, attempt to get responsible drinking. This is something, again, which many of us brought up our kids doing. For example, if you're, which is the ability to have something to drink when they're out with their parents. We lived in Europe for a while, and like all of the European parents, our kids with dinner had wine diluted with water. Probably you could say water colored with a little bit of wine. This is not a new thing. This is exactly copied from Wisconsin law. And we have a lot of information on Wisconsin law saying that this has not been a problem. What this amendment simply does, and it's something that people actually thought was the law, that allows persons under 21 years of age who are accompanied by a parent or legal guardian to consume alcohol only again in a licensed establishment. It does not require the person who owns that establishment to serve them. It's just left as an option. It's only children with a parent or guardian. This was something similar to this was passed through two Senate committees actually, and then pulled back. This is a very mild thing. Wisconsin has had it for quite some time. It just puts us on the same part. No one will be. It will be a parental discretion issue, and again, it's something to start people on the way of drinking responsibly. And I hope the author of the bill will think that this is mild enough that he could accept it and have a good time when he takes his kids out to dinner.
Discussion. The lady from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and will the author yield?
The lady from Hennepin will yield. The lady from Dakota.
Representative Khan, I don't see any minimum age in your amendment, so are you just happy with preschoolers drinking, or?
The lady from Hennepin.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Holberg, I originally had a minimum age. I had a minimum age of 16. I had a minimum age of 14 or something like that. I decided what made the most sense, since I was comparing it to Wisconsin, was make it exactly the same as Wisconsin law, because that's worked in Wisconsin. You know, again, I trust parental discretion, and I think that parent, out for a celebration, and of course one of the problems is I come from a religion where wine is served at all. We're about to enter the Passover session before us, where we drink I guess we don't have a prohibition about serving wine at home, but everyone gets 4 cups of wine. Now, when I was a little kid, we got 4 cups of grape juice, or we got 4 cups of wine mixed with water. I assure you, no one left the Passover Seder drunk. But it's just the example of then gradually getting used to it. If someone thinks they need a minimum age, I started out using various minimum ages, but then decided it was easier to just say, this is what Wisconsin has. They haven't had any problems, let's just deal with that.
Discussion. The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is true about Wisconsin, and what also is true about Wisconsin is they have the highest rate of alcoholism in the country. So their laws don't work.
Discussion. Lady from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
I don't believe that that's true, and the rate of drunk driving and things like that in Wisconsin has gone down very steeply. Again, I have some data that shows this, but I don't think you want to wait till I copy it and send it out to people.
Discussion. To the A13 amendment, all in favor say aye. Opposed? No. Motion does not prevail. Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2392 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to Senate File 2392. Gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First off, I just want to express my disappointment because I thought Representative Depke thought more highly of me than Representative Pulowski, but anyways. I'm rising today to speak about the University of Minnesota component in this bill, and just a little history for kind of how that happened in the past. It was kind of a neat moment in the House. It was a moment where the university was going to have just drinking in the suites. So say Representative Downey from Edina, no, I shouldn't go there. Representative Tommy Rukavina from Virginia was going to be in the suites, and me in the common seats, that I wouldn't be able to have adult beverage. And the body voted 124-4 to say that the people, everyone, should be able to have access. So I thought that was kind of a neat moment in our body, and I kind of want to say I'm sorry for many the last couple of years how I've made the commerce people suffer, as I've reminded them as this has come forth. Repeatedly, almost on every bill related to alcohol, I've asked them if, say it was a wine issue or something, I said, well, are you going to be able to just serve the wine to the wealthy folks or something like that? And so they suffered through those questions. And but I think this is a good compromise that Chair Hoppe and Representative Atkins and Doubt have worked on, and myself and the staff. And I think it's somewhere we can go. So what we're going to have is we're going to have alcohol available in the suites, and it'll also be available in a tent at the end of the field. And I was wondering if Representative Atkins could yield for a question, but before that I have I don't usually go to the rules book, even though I serve on rules, but I think we have a violation with Representative Atkins of 2.33 And in there it says a member must not disrupt order or decorum in the chamber by possessing and using any audiovisual display. Oh, there he goes. Watch him. Including but not limited to placards, signs, and here we're getting close now, photographs, and what happened to his tie? Visual aids. So if you notice, he's wearing a green or not a green. Whoops, almost North Dakota there. He's got the gopher tie on. If you've ever been in his office, you'll notice his floor. He has the biggest gopher carpet. And if he could turn on his phone, you might notice that it has a University of Minnesota image that comes up. So I don't know that we can get a reasonable answer for him. Maybe I should ask the Speaker to yield. But Representative Atkins, will you yield?
He will yield. Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atkins, one of the concerns that I have with this is that say someone, our lead staff here, Sully, is sitting in section 217, and would he be able to bring an adult beverage from this tent up to his seat in 217?
The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with a little bit of an apology, I would like to go off on a slight tangent. And before I answer that question, thank Representative Lilly and Representative Doubt, Chairman Hoppe, and Representative Rukavina in particular for working through this. This has been a very, very challenging compromise to reach. And without those four individuals putting in an awful lot of effort, I don't think we'd be at this point. So thank you, Representative Lilly and Hoppe and Doubt and Rukavina. It's $1.5 million, $2 million in revenue that's at stake each year in our little ongoing tiff between the university and the legislature, which I think was a worthy discussion to have because they were talking about just allowing for a beer in the suites and not a beer in the regular seats. To answer your question, Representative Lilly, we have left the details of working this out to our friends at the university. We did put some parameters to it, though, and that specifically is that it needs to be available to everyone in the general seats who is of legal age and appropriate to be served, number one, and number two is it would have to be convenient. And by convenient, that would mean that you're not going to be standing in an 8-mile long line. What? Representative Rukavina is like my phone friend here on the floor. The final point I wanted to make, and what Representative Rukavina is emphasizing as well, is that it's sort of trust but verify. I have and the tie isn't by accident. I am a homer when it comes to, I absolutely love the University of Minnesota. I consider that part of my family. My son is there right now. There's no question about my allegiance to the University of Minnesota. I have an equal amount of allegiance to this body, though. And I understand that this body felt very, very strongly about making sure that people in the regular seats, Representative Lilly, would have just as much ability to get a beer or a glass of wine as somebody up in the fancy suites. So we have put in place the opportunity for the university to make it available to the general public in a convenient, safe, appropriate way. We also put in the trust but verify category a sunset date. This provision expires July 1st, 2014. And my hope is that come July 1st or come the session of 2014, we will all look back on this as one of those situations where we figured it out. We had a little bit of a row before, but we figured it all out. Everybody's happy. The fans are happy. The university's happy. We've got another $1.5 million or $2 million a year coming in for the university. Now I'm going to actually answer your question, Representative Lilly, which was, could you take the beer to the seats? Honestly, I don't know at this point. I would certainly hope that would be the university's intent, is to make it just as convenient for the people in the regular seats as it is for the people in the suites. But if there's dissatisfaction, and I would, everybody in here, particularly the four people that I identified earlier, have an ongoing conversation with the university officials. If people are unhappy about the arrangements, about the convenience, about the safety issues, whatever it may be, I would expect that would be part of the conversation and that those issues would be resolved so that when we get back here again in 2014, there are no issues and we can just reapprove it, it moves forward and everybody's happy with it. Long answer to a short question, but a very important one.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Atkins, I can see why these attorney answers, wow. Sorry. There are some, thank you for that answer, and there are some problems that continue to exist. Just to kind of bring to attention to members, we have, there's also about 7 other places that will not be able to have adult beverages for the community at large, and that'll be Williams Arena, Mariucci, and kind of on and on. But just kind of in closing here, I just want to say that, again, former Chair Atkins said some of the stuff thanking other members, but I think it is a good compromise. And part of what swayed me is, to be quite honest, is Dr. Kaler. He's been really a breath of fresh air, and I don't know if you've seen him. I don't serve on higher ed. It's kind of clear I'm interested in this issue, but I've seen him in the Capitol, and we've had a problem, at least in my mind, before that. It seemed like the former president really, I think, paid attention to the higher ed folks, and beyond that, it was pretty thin. And really, a hats off to Dr. Kaler and what he's doing for the university, and I just really hopeful. And then thank you to the Board of Regents, and hopefully they do this compromise and it moves forward. And just kind of in closing, I kind of, unless Hoppy has a super bad opponent for me, I hope to be here in 2014 and continue to look at this issue. I encourage you to vote yes on that bill.
Discussion. The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually hadn't planned to stand up to speak against the bill. I just want members to be mindful of some of the traditions that we've had that have been called to attention in terms of blue laws and not drinking at college events and the like. There's been real reasons behind that, some of them many just common sense. But very shortly, very quickly, I want to get to a story of, I've always been an avid fan that goes to as many sporting events as I could or can. I took my children when they were young enough, and the part I liked about going to college sports was the fact that there wasn't any drinking. When I was the postmaster of Pittsburgh, I came into some tickets to go to a Steelers game, and it was the first opportunity that I had to take my oldest daughter to a Steelers game, and it couldn't have been the worst experience that I could have imagined, and it was because of one thing, and it was because of the alcohol that was served. Just the fact that it doesn't take very much before a person's tongue is loosed, and the kinds of comments that come from that kind of lack of inhibition made it for a terrible experience. Now, I'm still a great football fan, but I have to say, I know what your response is. Well, you don't have to go to a professional football game if you don't want to hear those comments. Honestly, I don't. I'm a NASCAR fan. I go to those. I go to the family section, so I don't have to listen to it. I just want you to be mindful. We're going to have college sports. We have young people. We have many people that take their families. And we're now going to introduce an entirely different element. And please be respectful and mindful of that before you cast a vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Loon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Regretfully, I'm going to rise in opposition to the bill, and it's specifically to one section that I have trouble with. And I've spoken to both the chair and I've mentioned to the author, Representative Atkins, my concerns and others about it, but it's the wine educator section, Section 5. And I just want to explain why. I didn't want to get up and offer an amendment and derail the bill. I understand the political realities of this, but folks, I got to get up and stand up for entrepreneurs and small business owners who want to try to strike out on a business that has anything to do with the liquor industry, and the fact that they get pummeled by larger established interests in that field that carve out an exception that I think is going to, again, put these small businesses and these entrepreneurs at a disadvantage competitively. I've got a little experience in working on this area in this body last year on a beer issue. And, here's a little entrepreneur that came to the committee, was looking for a way to basically get her business legitimized and licensed, and, I think perhaps maybe unnecessarily But the only way she could get this provision in was to open up what she wants to do to retailers that don't have the same level of education she does. And again, I think would have the ability to pretty quickly put her out of business. And she was the one who brought this, perhaps naively, to the body and in good faith. So, I just got to cast a no vote in protest to this. And I don't think there's any ill will by anyone intended here over this provision. But somewhere here we got to strike a little fairness for folks that want to do things that changes the current scope of the law a little bit without squashing that entrepreneurial spirit. So I just wanted to explain my no vote. Thank you, members.
Discussion of the bill. The member from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wasn't going to get up and speak about this, but I was out in the area talking to students out there and talking to different people, and here we're talking about increasing the sale of liquor on the campus, educational campus, and probably the next people who want to come forward is maybe the hockey arena might want that, or the baseball, or all the other athletic venues might want to come in. What we're really talking about is money, I think. And is it proper to promote more consumption of alcohol on our college campuses? I will be voting against it.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, this venue actually happens to be in my legislative district, and the people in that neighborhood have questions about it. They're certainly concerned about what kind of law enforcement we'll see if there is increased drinking. It's fascinating to see this pass and all of these people who voted against some reasonable ability to allow the people living in those sections. As far as I know, most of the students at the university are over what we consider our legal drinking age, and which people would not willing to change, even though I gave you the opportunity to do it tonight. I wondered if, let me try Representative Lilly will yield to a question.
What?
Representative Lilly.
He will yield. Representative Kahn.
Representative Lilly, would you discuss would you give us some information on the rules about drinking in other Big Ten athletic facilities, and maybe also talk about the football record of those schools compared to the university?
The member from Ramsey, Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Kahn, I believe that we would be the only one in the Big Ten that would be serving adult beverages to the public, other than into the suites. Some of the teams that have actually no alcohol, I think, which is what she's trying to get me to say, actually have some pretty successful football programs. I think it's Ohio State might not have any alcohol, and they seem to do okay. My argument's more generally to open it up in a fairness issue, and many of the Big Ten's schools do have it in the suites. There is I'm sorry, I don't know how to do this exactly. Someone said you're not supposed to turn and stuff, so there is kind of a growing trend in the country to have more and more facilities that are adding alcohol. West Virginia's added it, and some of the Big East schools, I think most or all of them, have adult beverages for beyond just the suites. And I think we are going to find it is a growing trend. It's interesting. I don't know if members know. I don't even drink, so it's kind of a little bit ironic that I feel as passionately as I do on this. I haven't drank for 25 years, but I want to, though. I remember when I first ran, Tommy Rukavina said that this job will drive you to drink.
Mr. Speaker.
1 minute, Representative Lilly. Representative Rukavina, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Are we sleeping over this weekend, or can some of us rural members get home?
Representative Rukavina, could you cite the section in Mason's or the House rules that you're referencing? Representative Lilly, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for not ruling. I'm I'm pretty known for talking so much on the floor. We kind of had a problem in caucus where I talked today too, and they want to shut me down too. Apparently that's the day. So when I get home, I promise my wife when I get there I won't say anything. I don't know if I've covered your answer. I think you have a growing trend that more and more schools are actually adding alcohol. And we would, although specifically to your question, the Big Ten, we would be the first that has enough sense to offer it to everyone.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
So what this bill does is this bill sets a trend of increased alcoholism at the University of Minnesota, alone in the Big Ten, distinctly with a worse athletic record than many of the schools who do not allow public consumption of alcohol. Now, we decisively voted down all of my amendments which would have allowed responsible drinking at places that are fit to have responsible drinking, and this amendment does no good for either football or for alcohol at the university.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 107 ayes and 16 nays, the bill is passed as amended. Its title is agreed to. If there are no objections, we will revert to messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the adoption of the Senate, the following Senate concurrent resolution herewith transmitted. Senate concurrent resolution 10, a concurrent resolution setting a meeting date for a joint committee to meet to recommend nominees for the Regents of the University of Minnesota. Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate. House concurrent resolution number Senate concurrent resolution number 10, a resolution setting a meeting date for a joint committee. Dean moves that the rules be so far suspended that Senate concurrent resolution number 10 be now considered and placed upon its adoption.
Member from Washington, Representative Dean, to your motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is resolution number 10 dealing with the regents. It does require a suspension of the rules and votes to do so.
Discussion. The member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Representative Dean yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dean, it's just a question. I know we're having the joint higher ed committee Tuesday night. I just want folks to know what names are going to be discussed. Do you know the names of the candidates who are being discussed?
Member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Morrow, I do not.
Member from Nicollet, Representative Morrow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Dean. Maybe I will ask if Representative Nornis would yield. And my reason for asking that is I think members and the public should know who the candidates are being discussed, because the higher ed committee is going to meet on Tuesday night, and then if this resolution goes forward, we're going to be voting on the floor on Wednesday. So I just think the public should know what names are in the mix. So if Representative Nornis would yield, I would ask the same question.
He will yield. Representative Morrow. Member from Ottertail, Representative Nornis.
Representative Morrow, I think I can give you the names. We're also working on some rules for our meeting on Tuesday. Tom Devine is one of the names. Kelly Smith, I think, is another one. And the third one, Bob Vogel. Is that okay? Yeah.
Discussion of the motion. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the Dean motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails.
Dean moves that Senate concurrent resolution number 10 be now adopted.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails.
Dean moves that the chief clerk be instructed to invite the Senate by message to a joint convention to be held on Wednesday, April 4th, 2012 at 6 p.m. in the House chamber to elect a member to the Board of Regents, University of Minnesota.
The member from Washington, the Majority Leader, Representative Dean, to your motion.
This is just simply the motion for the dates. Appreciate your support.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Dean motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails. Call the member from Dakota, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Pursuant to Rule 1.22, it's my intention to put the following bills on the fiscal calendar for Monday, April 2nd, I believe. And they are just the bills that we put on today that we didn't get to. So that's House File 2949, Representative Garofalo. House File 2171, Representative Hackbar's bill. Senate File 2493, which is Representative Erdahl's bill. House File 2580, Representative Loon. House File 2729, Representative Loon.
Representative from Washington, Representative Dean.
Speaker, I move the calendar of the day be continued.
Representative Dean moves that the calendar of the day be continued. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails. Motions, resolutions. A copy of the non-controversial motions are online and at the House desk. There are no objections. We'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objections, the motions prevail.
House concurrent resolution number 6, a House concurrent resolution relating to adjournment for more than 3 days. Dean moves that House concurrent resolution number 6 be now adopted.
The member from Washington, Representative Dean, to your motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is the motion that will allow us to not meet during the Passover and Easter break.
Discussion to the motion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Dean motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails. Announcements. The member from Washington, their Majority Leader, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12:30 p.m. Monday, April 2nd, 2012.
Representative Dean moves that the House adjourns today, adjourns until 12:30 p.m. Monday, April 2nd, 2012. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails. Representative Dean.
Move the House do now adjourn.
Representative Dean moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 12:30 p.m. Monday, April 2nd, 2012.